The 11th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today will be led in prayer by our distinguished colleague, Senator Grace Poe.
Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. Panginoon, gawin mo po kaming halimbawa ng pananagutan. Patibayin mo po ang aming katapatan sa aming sinumpaang tungkulin at sa taong bayan pinaglilingkuran namin. Paliwanagan mo po ang aming isipan para makagawa kami ng mga batas na sasagot sa panalangin ng mga naghihirap at nangangailangan at magdala ng kaginawahan at kasaganahan sa aming bayan. Bigyan mo po ng pag-asa ang aming mga kababayan lugmok dahil sa kalamidad at trahedya. Gamitin mo kami para maging tinig ng katotohanan, tagapagpanagot sa mga nagpapabaya at nagkukulang, at tagapaghatid ng katarungan. Amen. Sa ngalan ng Ama,
Amen.
ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen.
Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
All members? With 24 senators present, or all members of the Senate is present, the chair declares present for quorum. Before we start, Majority Leader, I would just like to apologize for the lateness of the start of our session today due to the hearings of the Finance Committee and the DBCC. So, Majority Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, may I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 10th session, Monday, August 14, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may I be allowed to just move that we recognize our distinguished guest, our very good friend, Senator Fabien Janet of the French Senate, and Mr. Remy Tirutu Varayan, the Charge d'Affaires of the French Embassy in Manila, who are present here today in this August chamber at the Executive Gallery, Mr. President.
The Senate would like to welcome our dear friend and fellow senator for the Republic of France, Senator Fabien Janet, who is a member of the Southeast Asian Friendship Group and who was one of those gracious hosts that we had when we went to France last October 2022. And of course, together with the embassy, Monsieur Remy, and we'd like to extend our warmest greetings to your Senate President, Senate President Lachar, and we hope to see him once again very soon. But thank you for visiting the Philippines. The friendship between France and the Philippines will never wane. We are two countries who believe in the same principles of democracy and liberty and love for our people. And we welcome you very much to our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I ask that the
minute
session
suspension
be suspended, Mr. President?
so that we can approach our friend from France. Session suspended for 1
Thank you,
minute.
Mr. President. President,
Majority
ready to
Leader.
resume. Mr. President, before we continue, Mr. President, we'd just like to acknowledge some guests from the gallery, guests of this representation, and Senate President Zubiri, Mayor Christy Angeles of Tarlac City, and her husband, Mr. Vic Angeles.
Welcome to the Senate, to one of the outstanding mayors of the Philippines. And the outstanding husband also as well.
From the great University of Santo Tomas, Mr. President.
There you go.
Mr. President, also with us is Mayor Ronaldo Morada and Vice Mayor Rico Tolentino and councilors of the Municipality of Bansud, Oriental Mindoro.
Welcome.
Guest of Senator Revilla, Mayor Edralin Alipio, Vice Mayor Agapito Dominguez, and councilors from the Municipality of Alfonso Lista Ifugao. Guests of Senator Poe and Revilla, guests from Central Mindanao University led by their president, Dr. Rolito Ebalie.
That university is in my hometown of Maramag, Bukidnon.
Also,
Welcome
Mis-
to your Senate, sir.
Also, Mr. President, guest of Senator Go, NLRC Presiding Commissioner Victor Avesilia.
Welcome to the Senate, sir.
Mr. President, the
We
good
also have-
gentleman,
We also have Mayor Oliver Palacios of
yeah.
of Calatagan.
of
is with
Calatagan
us.
is with us.
And also of Lian, the mayor of Lian is here with us also,
Thank you,
Batangas.
sir.
And the son of Vice Governor Leviste is with us. Ronin Levista is also with us. Vice
you.
Mayor of the town of Lian.
We all welcome them, and we're glad that Senator Philip Salvador is also here to welcome all of them.
Yes, my dear friend, Tito Philip. Ang tawag ko dyan,
Yeah.
Tito,
Mr.
Uncle.
President, Mr. President,
Yes, Majority Leader.
the gentleman from San Juan, Senator Jingoy Estrada, is taking the floor. May I move that he be recognized, Mr.
Our
President?
distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator Jingoy Estrada, is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished members and colleagues of this august chamber. I rise today on a matter of personal collective privilege. Recent revelations have come to light regarding allegations that the past administration broke a promise made in 1999 to remove the stranded BRP Sierra Madre from the Ayungin Shoal. These allegations put forth by Mr. Rigoberto Tiglao have raised concerns about the integrity of our nation's sovereign rights and our commitment to safeguarding our territorial integrity. Such claims that a former president had promised to remove a vessel that symbolizes our presence and assertion of rights in the West Philippine Sea is a matter that deserves thorough scrutiny and rigorous analysis. This plot twist in the continuing saga on our country's territorial claims over at West Philippine Sea came 2 weeks after we adopted Resolution Number 79, strongly condemning China's continuing harassment and its persistent incursions in the West Philippine Sea. But before I address Mr. Tiglao's allegations against my father, former President Joseph Ejercito Estrada, I believe it is a good opportunity to discuss how our country is asserting its sovereignty and claim its territory. The quest to claim portions of Spratlys as part of Philippine territory can be traced back to the late President Ferdinand Marcos Sr.'s time in office. He recognized the island's strategic and economic significance, considering that some of these islands have lucrative potential oil and gas deposits. During the 1970s to 1980s, the Marcos government gained control of the Calayan Island Group, or KIG, when we took over Lawak, Pag-asa, Parola, Likas, and Kota, and later on Panatag, Panata, and Rizal. Those audacious undertakings were continued by the Estrada administration. The grounding tactic, which has significant symbolic and strategic value for the Philippines' territorial claims and sovereignty in the West Philippine Sea, was carried out under my father's leadership. The Estrada maneuvering and the fall of Camp Abu Bakar, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front's second largest camp, The culmination of the Estrada administration's all-out war against the MILF are proof of my father's strong resolve to assure internal and external security. Now, under President Bongbong Marcos Jr. is continuing what his father started, fortifying our stand in defending and protecting the territorial integrity of the Republic. Kaya naman ang sinasabing pangako na tanggalin ang BRB Sierra Madre sa Ayungin Shoal ay isang kasinungalingan. Pinaghirapan planuhin nila dating Defense Secretary Orly Mercado at ng Armed Forces of the Philippines ang mga strategy para labanan ang sinasabi nilang creeping invasion ng China. Basta na lamang ba natin bibitawan ang pag-okupa ng BRP Sierra Madre sa Ayungin? As I have said, it defies logic, Mr. President. At ngayon, ay binabaliktad pa tayo at pinapalabas ng China base sa mga binitawang salita ni Chinese Embassy Deputy Chief of Mission Zhao Ziyong. May basihan ang ginawa nilang agresibong aksyon na pag-water cannon sa Philippine Coast Guard na naghahatid lamang ng rasyon ng pagkain sa mga kababayan natin nakatalaga sa BRP Sierra Madre. Sa akusasyon nagdadala ang PSG ng construction materials, may masama po ba dito? Bakit tayo pagbabawalan makatapak o gumawa ng mga aksyon sa sarili natin teritoryo? In fact, in our submissions to the Permanent Court of Arbitration, we reported sightings of Chinese government vessels as well as unidentified aircraft in the vicinity of the Ayungin Shoal as evidence of their aggressive actions within our territory. The Arbitral Tribunal, in its 2016 ruling, declared the Mischief Reef, which is in the Spratly Islands, and the Ayungin Shoal are within the exclusive economic zone and continental shelf of the Philippines. The PCA, in its ruling, said China has failed to exhibit due regard for the Philippines' sovereign rights in its exclusive economic zone. The 80-year-old landing ship tank, a commissioned ship of the Navy, nakita nyo, bulok na, no matter how rotten-looking and unseaworthy, is an extension of the territory of our country. BRP Sierra Madre serves as a symbol of our determination to defend the Philippines' sovereign rights against challenges from other claimants and a reminder of the sacrifices made by the Philippine Navy and military personnel stationed in Ayungin to protect the country's interest. Maaari nating sabihin, ang BRP Sierra Madre ay isang pambansang sagisag ng matapang na pantindig at hindi pagyuko ng Pilipinas sa kabila ng pananakot at pang-aapi. Sa kabila ng kalumaan, kawalan ng maayos na suporta at pagdaan ng maraming dilubyo, nananatili itong nakatayo at matatag. For 24 years now, we have not heard of any effort to undertake other measures in continuing and fortifying our country's stronghold in the West Philippine Sea. We have been kept by our neighbor China in various forms of bullying, harassment, while they continue to build structures in these disputed areas. Mr. President, let me just ponder more on the assertions of Mr. Tiglao in his several published articles. Mr. Tiglao based his claims on the 2022 book of Gregory Pollig, an analyst specializing in Southeast Asian political and security issues, offered no other information. How can we consider a passage in a book that claims former President Joseph Estrada vowed to remove BRP Sierra Madre from Ayungin Shoal at the request of the Chinese government as unquestionable truth? It was made verbally, allegedly to who? Can you name names, Mr. Tiglao? Stupid. Even the confidential memorandum of former Department of Foreign Affairs Secretary Albert Del Rosario, addressed to the late President Benigno Aquino III, which Mr. Tiglao mentioned in his piece, was ambiguous, as it merely stated that the Chinese side claimed that Philippine authorities promised China that they would immediately remove the stranded vessel. I am quite certain that my father made no such agreement, even verbally to anyone, to any Chinese official during his incumbency. And I can back up my claims. As I have earlier said, that former Senator Orly Mercado, who was the defense secretary of my father during his time, along with Navy officials, came up with the idea of running aground some of the World War II era LST or landing ship tank Sierra Madre to stake Philippine claim and establish a presence in the Calayan Island Group during a command conference of the armed forces. Unlike Mr. Tiglao, I could easily and did verify this information from Senator Mercado himself, and he attested that there was no such promise made to China. And if indeed there was such an arrangement, how come there was relatively peace in the West Philippine Sea during the Arroyo administration that spanned for 9 long years? Tiglao was a cabinet member of the Arroyo administration, and he was conspicuously silent in asserting our sovereign rights over issues concerning the West Philippine Sea. Gago ka. They could have kept up the momentum gained by the Estrada administration in pursuing comprehensive strategy or plan of action to reinforce our country's territorial claims. One thing certain was that under the presidency of Mrs. Arroyo, several bilateral talks were held in Shanghai that resulted in the signing of agreements related to tourism and the opening of the country to Chinese investments. As we deliberate on this matter, let us reaffirm the principles that guide our actions as custodians of our nation's interests. Ayungin Shoal is not just a piece of land. It symbolizes our assertions of sovereignty and our dedication to upholding international law, specifically the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the BRP Sierra Madre's presence at the shoal stands as a testament to our unwavering commitment to defending our rightful claims and securing our territorial integrity. And as a sovereign nation, we hold dear the principles that our forefathers and heroes fought hard to secure. Any suggestion that goes against this commitment, regardless of whether it happened in the past or present, challenges those principles. We cannot allow mere allegations without substantial evidence to cast aside the efforts and sacrifices made to ensure our current freedoms, especially not from someone who had been called out not once, but twice by media organizations by making up stuff with absolutely no evidence to support his attacks. Mr. Tiglao was previously accused by Rappler in 2017 of spreading fake news when he alleged that the online news outlet's supposed funder played a role in the ousting of the Ukrainian president in 2014. In 2022, he repeated his actions by accusing Verifiles, an independent media organization, of being funded by US bankrollers and supporting then Vice President Leni Robredo's presidential campaign. Hindi ko lubos maisip kung bakit kailangan magpakalat ng ganitong kasinungalingan kung kailan paulit-ulit ang pambubuli sa atin ng bansang itinuturing nating kaibigan. Maliban na lamang kung isa siyang makapili o isang traidor ng bayan. Ang katagang binitawan ng batikang aktor na si John Arcilla sa kanyang pagganap sa pelikula bilang si General Luna ay tila nababagay kay Mr. Tiglao. Ang sabi niya, may mas malaki tayong kalaban, ang ating sarili. Ginoong Pangulo, sa panahong sinusubok ang ating katatagan at pagkakaisa, gamitin natin inspirasyon ang BRP Sierra Madre na patuloy na naglalayag para ipaglaban ang ating kasarinlan. While we may have differing opinions, one thing is undeniable. On July 16, 2016, we successfully fought for our rights and emerged victorious. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our distinguished colleague and fellow patriot, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Our distinguished colleague, Senator Francis Escudero, is recognized.
With the permission of the good gentleman, Mr. President, I'd like to make a brief manifestation and ask him just one question. If the gentleman will yield, Mr.
Of course,
President.
gladly, Mr. President.
My manifestation, Mr. President, is this. I think the comments of Mr. Tiglao, or anyone for that matter, commenting on the statement made by the Chinese representative at this point in time is irrelevant. The President already spoke and said that there is no such agreement, there is no such commitment, and if any there was, that he hereby rescinds it. That should have put an end to this issue. Ang nakakalungkot, Mr. President, tayo na yung nag-aaway dahil nagre-react, nagtuturuan at nagsisisihan dahil sa sinabi ng may tuturing nating katunggali sa isyong ito kaugnay ng West Philippine Sea. Huwag nating payagan at pahintulutan na mangyari ito sa pagitan nating mga Pilipino. Nagkakaisa tayo dapat kaugnay ng posisyon, paninindigan at prinsipyo natin sa bagay na ito at hindi tayo dapat nag-aaway-away at nagtuturuan. Pangalawa, Mr. President, Your Honor, I hope the gentleman will join me. As I have stated, I will be proposing in the deliberations of the national budget that we allocate at least 100 million for the construction of facilities in that area, not a military base, but a shelter, a lodging facility, not only for our soldiers, but for fishermen, whatever their nationality may be, who may be facing rough waters in that part of the sea, and they can find shelter perhaps there in case it should so happen. And may I ask the gentleman to join me so that we can finally replace the BRP Sierra Madre and have suitable accommodations, again, not only for our soldiers, but any fisherman of whatever nationality that may need shelter and sanctuary.
As your chairman of the Committee on National Defense, I fully support you, but I think 100 million might not be sufficient to build any structure there in the Ayungin Shoal or in Pag-asa Island, because I've been in Pag-asa Island. And if I encourage my colleagues to drop by Pag-asa Island to see the situation of our citizens there, even the health center, the barangay center, there's no other services that can be offered by our government there. So I fully support the proposal of Senator Escudero, Mr.
With the
President.
permission of both gentlemen, this representation will commit. But part of our institutional amendments, I will help Pag-asa Island. And I fully support the motion or the plan of Senator Escudero to also assist BRP Sierra Madre through these facilities. You will have my support.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And may just add before tama po sinabi before we continue. Tama po sinabi ni Senator Escudero, this is psychological warfare at its best. When we're all rallying ourselves together behind the men and women of the Air Force and the Navy and the Coast Guard, they try to come up with a statement that will make us fight internally. It's psy-war. We should not succumb to the psychological warfare. Dapat nagkakaisa po tayo na sumuporta sa ating Navy at sa ating Coast Guard at sa ating soberenya sa West Philippine Sea. All Filipinos should rally together. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. The distinguished gentleman from Bicol and Nueva Ecija is also seeking the floor, Mr. President, as siya po'y galing mismo, Mr. President, dito sa
Pag-asa Island.
Pag-asa Island, Mr. President.
Yes,
That he be
like to
recognized, Mr. President.
Recognize our distinguished colleague and fellow patriot, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa atin pong Ginoong Pinunong Mayorya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ginoong Tagapangulo, ako po ay tumatayo sa pulpitong ito upang sundan po ang mga pahayag ng ating mahal na senador mula sa San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Alam niyo po, itong nagdaang linggo ay naging tampok po na usapin ang insidente sa pagitan ng dalawang supply boats ng Pilipinas at China Coast Guard at mga militia vessel nito. Ang ating mga bangka na puno ng pagkain, tubig at iba pang mga probisyon ay patungo sa BRP Sierra Madre sa Ayungin Shoal nang sila ay bugahan ng water cannon ng mga Chinese vessels. Dito po sa plenaryo, isang resolusyon ang inihain ng ating ginagalang at mahal na Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri at Senadora Risa Hontiveros. Nagkaroon po tayo ng talastasan at inadapt po ito ng buong Senado bilang Adopted Resolution number 79. Kung inyo pong maaalala, noong Mayo, taong 2021, ako po ay naglayag mula Navotas papunta sa Pag-asa Island hanggang Ayungin Shoal at pabalik. Nakadaong kami sa iba't ibang pulo ng Pag-asa. Bumabad sa init ng araw at sumuong sa katubigan. Tayo po mismo ang lumapit at humamon sa mga kalapit na Chinese vessels, pero sa kabutihang palad, radio challenge lamang po ang ating natanggap, hindi po tayo nabuhagan ng water cannon.
Inbound number 5201. This is Naval Station, Emilio Liwanag, Pag-asa Island, Philippines. In accordance with international and Philippine national laws, we are currently conducting maritime patrol within the territorial waters
Ang bayan ko, tanging ikaw, Pilipinas kong mahal, ang puso ko at buhay man, sa iyo'y ibibigay, tungkulin ko'y gagampanan, na lagi kang paglingkuran, ang laya mo'y babantayan, Pilipinas kong mahal. Yan. Huya! Ayan po ang ating mga magigiting na sundalo rito.
Thank you, Idol. Welcome to Pag-asa Island.
Ayan po yung maingay.
Briefing Media 3.
Nung ika-11 po ng Agosto, araw ng Biyernes, minarapat po nating muling lumapag at makilubog sa pag-asa. Ninanais po nating muling makita, marinig at madama ang sitwasyon sa bahagi na iyon ng bansa at dalhin po sa loob ng 4 na sulok ng plenaryo. Sa buong paglalakbay po namin na tinatayang 200 nautical miles mula sa kanlurang baybayin ng Palawan, nag-aantay po tayo ng radio challenge. Ngunit tahimik po ang mga Tsino. Marahil po dahil noong nagkaroon ng insidente noong nakaraang linggo, ay nakabantay na po ang ating 2 Navy ships, ang BRP Laguna at ang BRP Benguet. Makikita rin po natin na nandoon sa Pag-asa ang ating Philippine Air Force. Sinuyod po natin ang Pag-asa kasama ang ilang miyembro ng aming tanggapan. Malugod rin po ang pagtanggap sa atin ni Mayor Roberto Del Mundo kasama ang mga barangay officials at mga residente. Kabilang po sa ating pinasasalamatan ay sina Admiral Alberto Carlos ng Westcom, Lieutenant Tiffany Ann Palmares, Commander Jeffrey B. Legaspi, Commanding Officer ng Joint Task Unit Pag-asa, at Lieutenant Ryan Silan, Commanding Officer of Naval Station Emilio Liwanag. Sa amin pong paglapag ay nagpaabot tayo ng kasiyahan sa ating mga kababayan. Sakto po na nagse-celebrate po ng ang kaarawan ang aking may bahay na si Mariel. Kaya naman napili po namin hindi po mag-honeymoon kung hindi makasama po ang ating mga kababayan. Ginoong Tagapangulo, ang Pag-asa po ang nag-iisang isla sa gitna ng West Philippine Sea, nagsisilbing tahanan sa higit 300 Pilipino ayon sa tala. Sa kabila po nito, halos 50% na lamang po ang natira sa isla dahil nagsilipat na po sila sa syudad. hindi na po aabot sa isang patak ang bilang ng mga naninirahan dito kung ihahambing sa kabuuang populasyon ng bansa na papalo sa 110 million. Napakaliit na lupa na may napakanipis na populasyon. Pero wala pong makakatanggi at walang pag-aalinlangan kung sasabihin na ang pag-asa ang pinakamahalaga at pinakamakapangyarihang unit na saklaw ng Pilipinas sa usaping geopolitikal. Mismong si dating Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Sr. po ang nanguna sa pagkilala sa Kalayaan Islands bilang hiwalay na munisipalidad na sakop ng lalawigan ng Palawan. Sa bisa po ng Presidential Decree No. 1596 na inilabas ni dating Pangulong Marcos noong Hunyo 11, 1978, formal na kinikilala ang Kalayaan at sinuguro ang pag-unlad nito bilang bahagi ng Pilipinas. Napakalalim po ng kasaysayan ng pag-asa na nag-ugat sa ating paninindigan at tapang na angkinin ang karapat-dapat na sa atin. Gayunpaman, hanggang sa kasalukuyan, nananatili lamang pong pangalan ang pag-asa. Hindi maabot o matanaw man lamang ng maraming Pilipino. Ginoong Pangulo, sa gitna ng usaping ito sa Kongreso, ang nais po nating marinig ay ang umaalingaw-ngaw na pahayag na hindi nag-iisa at kinalimutan ang natatanging pamayanang Pilipino na naninirahan sa gitna ng napakalawak na West Philippine Sea. Nais ko pong ipakita sa inyo ang ilan sa mga hinaing ng mga tagapag-asa na nais nating tugunan. Una po, ang mabilis na pagpapagawa ng mga infrastruktura na nasira ng bagyong Odette. Hanggang sa kasalukuyang po ay nananatili pa rin nakatiwangwang ang mga ito. Makikita po natin sa mga videos ang mga tinutukoy nating pasilidad. Una po, munisipyo ng Kalayaan. Tingnan niyo po mga mahal kong kasama, halos 2 taon na po ang nakalipas noong hinagupit tayo ng bagyong Odette. Pero nananatili pa rin pong sira ang kanilang munisipyo ng Kalayaan. Paano po sila magsasagawa ng kanilang mga lokal na mga programa at mga pagtitipon? Pangalawa po, ang Pag-asa Island Integrated Elementary and High School. Balik eskwela na po, pero walang bubong. Wala pong pader pa rin ang bubungad sa paaralan ng mga mag-aaral sa Pag-asa. Paano naman po ang ating mga bata? Paano naman po ang kanilang pag-aaral kung ganyan po ang sitwasyon? Pangatlo, housing program. Dahil po siguro sa pagtitipid ay hindi papasa bilang disaster resilient infrastructure. At tiyak ko po na masisira at dili pa rin din ng bagyo. Ang ating nais po sana ay maging modelo ang infrastruktura ng Santorini, Greece, na kayang tumindig sa gitna ng bagyo at sakuna. Ang mga gusali pong yan ng ating nakikita ay kadalasang gawa sa makapal at konkretong pader at bubong. Ang elemento ng istruktura ay partikular na idinisenyo para sa extreme weather conditions. Pangalawa po, ating makikita ang napakagandang kalikasan at karagatan ng Pag-asa. Ang beach po na makikita natin ay kawangis ng Maldives. Panoorin niyo po ang maiksing video na yan. World class po ito. Kung atin lamang pong bubuhayin at bubuhusan ng puhunan para sa turismo. Bilang panghuli, kailangan pong buksan natin ang mas malaking oportunidad sa pamumuhunan at kabuhayan ng mga tagapag-asa. Panahon na po para maging pugad ng mga mangingisda ang Kalayaan. Maisasagawa po natin ito kung may fuel dump o gasolinahan sa mismong isla. Dapat ay may sustainable na pagkukunan ng enerhiya ang mga motorboats at power supply para sa mga residente ng Pag-asa. Ginoong Tagapangulo, ang ating pong punto. Napakalaki ng pag-asa sa pag-asa. Alam naman po natin ito. Lahat ng lugar, kung iiwang nakatiwangwang at walang nakatira, titirhan po yan at titirhan ng mga squatter. Sa kaso po natin, ang mga banyagang squatter, hindi natin kayang sipain ng pwersahan. Ang pinakamainam po sa lahat ay punuin natin ito ng mga Pilipinong maninirahan sa islang tinatawag nating atin. Kung atin pong tutugunan at bibigyan aksyon ang hinaing ng ating mga kababayang nahaharap sa araw-araw na hamon ng sikmura, seguridad at kabuhayan, darating po ang panahon na hindi na natin kakailanganing sumigaw na atin ang pag-asa dahil may buhay na patunay na sa atin ito. Uulitin ko po, sa pag-asa, magmumula ang kasaysayan ng bagong Pilipinas. Napakalaki ng papel ng pag-asa sa kasaysayan ng bansa. Totoo pong ang pag-asa natin ay ang ating mga kasundaluhan na nagsisilbing unang hanay ng proteksyon ng bansa. Gayunpaman, kung walang mga sibilyan sa pag-asa, hindi na natin itong tuluyang masasabing atin ito. Dapat na po nating igiit ang presensya ng gobyerno nang walang pagtatangi sa ating, siyempre po, kailangan po nating angkinin talaga ito. Atin po itong West Philippine Sea. Higit sa lahat, huwag po sa salita kung hindi sa gawa. Ginoong Tagapangulo, bilang pagtatapos, nais ko pong bigyan diin na mula sa ating buhay na kasaysayan, hindi po isang aksidente na ang pinag-uusapan nating mga isla ay tinatawag na pag-asa at kalayaan. Tandaan po natin na ang ama ng revolusyon, ang kanya pong nom de guerre, ang kanyang alias ay may pag-asa. At siya rin po ang nagbigay sa atin ng kalayaan. Mula po rito, ating maipararamdam ang tunay na pagiging makabayan. Muli po, maraming salamat at mabuhay ang inang bayan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Padilla.
Maraming salamat, Senator
I
Padilla.
would assume, Mr. President, that this is the privileged speech also of
Yes.
our dear colleague, if
Yes,
I am
that
correct.
is his privilege speech.
This is your privilege speech, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. President. And with that, Mr. President, I would move that the two speeches be referred and the manifestations thereon be referred into to the Committee on National Defense, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1846. This is the Bill on Internet Transactions Act of 2022. I so move, Mr. President.
I believe Senator Pimentel is going to be the one to ask questions.
Senpia.
Senpia? Okay. Do you want to, while you're waiting for them?
Okay, Mr. President, I
You
will
wanna do the
move for
reference of
to
business
suspend,
then?
Mr. President.
Yeah, we'll do reference of business muna siguro.
Okay, Mr. President, with that, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Well, she's here now.
I
so
withdraw my motion, Mr.
Let's
President.
proceed with the first.
I will move again, Mr. President, to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1846. This is the Bill on Internet Transactions Act of 2022.
There be no objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we reopened the interpellations to allow the members to ask questions on the substitute bill. And so with that, Mr. President, I move to recognize the sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Committee on Trade, Senator Mark Villar, and to continue with her interpellation, Senator Pia Cayetano. So
My
move, Mr.
distinguished
President.
colleague, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized to sponsor and to interpolate the distinguished colleague from Kaibigan, Pateros. Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just checking my notes to see where we left off. Are we done with it? Okay, so I'll just move on to the, okay. Yeah, with the sponsor's permission, may I proceed with
Yes.
my questions and clarifications?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Mr. President, I will skip the other definition of terms. I think we can leave this to the staff if I have questions. It would really be more on ensuring either consistency with other existing laws and clarity in the definition. So we can dispense with this for the period of interpellation, and then we can just submit our amendments, our questions and our amendments to the staff, if that would be okay with the chairman, with the chair, the sponsor.
Yes, that would be okay, Chairman.
So we're now on section 4. And to be clear, this is just for to spread it into the records. Section 4, scope and coverage states that the provision of this act shall apply to participants in internet transactions where either the online consumer or the online goods or digital service provider is situated in the Philippines, included but not limited to delivery carriers, digital platforms, e-retailers, online consumers, and online merchants. In other words, Tagalogin ko, kailangan isa dun sa mga parties ay are legally based in the Philippines. So with the example included, when it says, when it provides for a, it provides for a narration of inclusions not limited to delivery carriers. So in other words, a foreign buyer can the internet transaction that would be the internet transaction that is being referred to here that would be covered is pag kunyari may foreign buyer tas may problema siya sa delivery carrier. Covered yon. So kunyari may foreign buyer
In the
foreign buyer. O ito, kunyari may foreign buyer bumili sa Amazon US, tapos pinadeliver sa kanyang kamag-anak dito, tapos nagka-problema sa delivery. Would that be covered? Hindi, kaya ko
No, it would not be covered. It's since the transaction was by a foreigner and he sent it to his, yeah. So it would fall under US law.
Kasama to eh. So I find that confusing now, Your Honor, because in the definition I just read, it said including but not limited to deliverer carriers. So in the example I gave, kung nagka-problema dun sa delivery carrier, even though the portal is foreign-based and the buyer is foreign-based, the delivery carrier is local.
Because from my understanding, they delivered it here. So parang the transaction was consummated abroad, but it was basically delivered here.
Correct,
So
Your Honor.
in effect, it's as if you sent a package, I guess, here. So it's
Parang
yeah.
to Your Honor, di ba, it's
So it
quite
would still
common.
fall under US. The transaction would still fall under US law, I believe, because parang nagpadala lang ng package dito.
Correct, something like that.
Yes. So in
But-
effect, that's the.
Correct, but in the definition, it would make it appear that it's covered because it says including but not limited to delivery carriers. I'll read it. It says where either the online consumer, in this case hindi kasi nga nasa abroad siya, or the online goods or digital service provider situated in the Philippines. Hindi nga kasi bumili siya abroad. Pero sabi including but not limited to delivery carriers. So
We can adjust the language to be more specific in that we're open to an amendment that would make
Yeah.
it more specific.
So I think, Your Honor, we should ask DTI to run these scenarios, similar to the scenario I gave, because this will cause problems. Your Honor and this representation have the same understanding na hindi covered. Pero sinama yung, so ano yung purpose na nasama yun? Is that an error? Or is it covered in some other way?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor, we are open to an amendment that might clarify the language a little better.
Yeah.
I can see where there might be some.
But actually, Your Honor, what the point I'm making is, I'm also not capable of finding all these errors.
Yes, of
I'm
course.
asking DTI to fix it. Kasi inimbento ko lang yung question ko na yon on the spot because I was like, okay, paano kaya tong delivery carrier? Hindi pa ako nakaimbento ng question ng digital platform.
Yes, Your Honor, I will ask the DTI to
So maybe
run some more scenarios. And
if
based
I
on-
want to hear those scenarios, Your Honor, they can submit it to, in the interest of time, submit it to my team so I'll read it. What scenario would exclude an online consumer, an online goods or digital service provider, but include the digital platform, the e-retailer? Well, sinama na ulit si online consumer. Parang sinabi niyo na online consumer kanina. So I think this is a redundant, a repetitive line. It shouldn't be here anymore.
Yes, I will instruct the DTI to submit more scenarios that might.
And their last line,
Situations.
the last line is online merchant. Hindi pa ba yun the online goods provider? Hindi pa ba yan si merchant? Ano si who is the merchant if the merchant is not the online goods provider? Is that another being?
Online merchant service provider says inside the online goods and service provider.
The online merchant, based on here, it says, basically, it refers to the merchant who sells within the platform. Specifically, the definition here is online merchant refers to an organization or retailer selling non-financial goods or services to online consumers through e-marketplace or other third-party digital platforms. An e-retailer shall also be considered as an online merchant if it advertised, aside from its own website, the same goods/services through a third-party legal platform, and the online consumer purchased, leased, or obtained the service of their e-retailer through the said third-party digital platform. So basically, it would refer to those who are selling within the platform. Like if you're a seller within Lazada or Shopee, that would be what would be considered an online merchant.
And who is the online retailer?
It refers to a natural or juridical person selling goods or service through their own website directly to online consumers.
So an online merchant uses a platform.
Yes.
And an e-retailer has
Selling
their
goods
own site.
Website, yes.
So if you have both, then you're both. If you have
Yes,
then you are both. You
Yeah.
are both an e-retailer and an online merchant.
yes.
Okay, so I'll move on, Your Honor. Maybe the whole provision can just be cleaned up. Because parang ligaw pa rin si delivery carriers.
Yes, we'll run some more scenarios, Your
Yes,
Honor.
thank you.
To address this.
And then for the record, it's very clear here that this act shall likewise apply to all business to business and business to consumer online transactions where one transacting party is situated in the Philippines. No, that's not the provision I was looking for. Ano nga, what were you saying that's not covered? Consumer to consumer, no? Yung parang carousel, right?
Yes.
So it should be business to business or business to consumer.
Yes.
Okay. So that means at least one of the parties is in the business of selling something, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if His Honor can refresh my memory, because I know I asked this question, but I can't recall the answer. So what do you consider regularity? Like if somebody is regularly disposing of their clothes, which is consistent with consistent with my view on sustainability, they dispose their used clothes on carousel, no? So they're selling it secondhand. Do they at some point become a regular merchant?
I think in that case, that the purpose that would be just to a personal unloading of personal effects. When we talk about, I think, something of repetitive transactions of more regular that have more regularity, and that would be defined as more of the way I think the example you showed earlier is more of an isolated this, whereas a transaction with regularity would indicate a more business orientation to the seller.
Okay, I think, Your Honor, that requires more deliberative examination, because in the sustainable movement, it is encouraged that you don't throw away old things. You resell it, you give it away, you resell it, you repurpose it. So they might be doing it with regularity. So that's why I said you have to define what that is. Is it by an amount, by the number of times? At the rate people shop nowadays, which is really a sustainability issue, I'm happy that they will have it repurposed and reused. But if it does become a regular thing, then do they fall? I just want these things clarified.
Yeah,
I don't have any strong opinions,
Yes.
but I just want them clarified so that people know where to go. And of course, alam nyo na ho yung magiging question pang ano dyan, mga, in good condition daw. Tapos nung nakita ko, sira-sira. Kaya sa magko-complain, tapos sasabihin, hindi ka covered dyan.
Yeah.
Dahil hindi naman regular ang pagbenta niya sa carousel. Hindi, regular na yan. Buwan-buwan may binibenta siya. So, it should be decided now.
Yes, I think I think quantitatively we were planning to leave that to the implementing rules and regulations to give a more specific assessment of what exactly would constitute recurring transactions, that kind of recurring transactions, what would define a C2C. But there is a specific this definition of C2C transactions, which is isolated transactions of an individual or group of individuals with another individual or group of individuals done for personal, family, or household purposes, and not done in the ordinary course of business of any of the parties to the transactions. I guess, like you said, that's a broad. It's a little broader, but if we want to get into the intention was to allow the IRR to get into the specific details of perhaps number of transactions or what exactly would constitute a C2C transaction. And I think we have to be also, sorry, Your Honor, but I think we also have to be fluid about some of these definitions, because if we put in the law, it might limit the ability of the DTI later on to adjust as the marketplace changes. As we know, this is a very fluid.
Understand. Yeah, that is a good point, Your Honor. But okay, so let me pose a question along that line. That person who's disposing of her family's, let's just say not her own, even her family. So minsan dress niya, then another time jacket ng tatay niya, another time bag ng nanay niya. And then after a while, sasabihin nila na magrereklamo, puro low quality yan. Hindi totoo yung quality na sinasabi niya dun sa ano niya. So kung hindi yan, if you consider that, kasi personal, you don't consider it that regular, saan sila magrereklamo?
Yes.
Parang
For
scam,
if it's, I think
rin.
if in the event that it's in the event that it's clothes from your family or something, that I think that would fall under more consumer to consumer transaction. But when we talk about regularity, perhaps if it's something you purchase from someone else for the purpose of reselling it, that would be something that would fall under the Consumer Act. Right? If it was purchased. If you purchase it from someone else, we get that. Consumer Act. So yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I hope His Honor understands. I'm just asking these questions for clarity when the law is passed, and these questions will come by the?
Yes, like I mentioned, I think when it comes to a consumer to consumer transaction, it's really, if you look at the intent of the person, it was more as you're selling. In this case, it was the selling of your family's clothes. I
Yeah.
think your intent was not really. There's no regularity in that. But whereas perhaps if it's something that you bought from someone else, perhaps, and you wanted to resell it to somewhere else, then it becomes something that would fall under the Consumer Act.
Okay. And then, do I understand correctly? I'm going to skip now to Chapter 2, Section 8, the creation of the E-commerce Bureau. The E-commerce Bureau, Section 8, letter E, will receive business and consumer complaints, no? So the complaints that we're discussing would go to this bureau, correct?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so for example, can His Honor help me out here? If somebody bought an airline ticket online and then somebody else bought it through a travel agent and they encountered exactly the same problem, one complaint would go to the e-commerce bureau and another complaint would go to another bureau in DTI. Would that be correct?
Well, the e-commerce bureau would be the one to refer to the proper. I mean, it would probably end up in the same. Of course, it would end up with the company that where it originated from. In the case of a plane ticket, it would end up with the airline company. So even the e-commerce bureau would have to coordinate, and whichever bureau, even if of course the DTI would still assist them and would refer them to the entity, the original entity that sold the ticket, which is the airline.
Actually, His Honor's reply leads me to what was my other question. Letter E, the one I cited, receive business and consumer complaints on internet transactions. Okay, so i-receive niya yun, and facilitate the speedy resolution thereof by the appropriate government agency which has jurisdiction. So in other words, babato niya din dun sa agency. They're not going to process this. They're just a coordinator. Is that the role of, do I understand the role of the e-commerce bureau correctly? They're just a coordinator?
Yes, they are a coordinator. Yes, and again, I think the DTI has a no wrong door policy. So even if they reported the same transaction to two separate entities, but even if they reported to a different department of the DTI, it would still be they would still service the request and refer it to the proper department or entity or whoever business was the one who sold the product.
So in the example I gave, Your Honor, may I know from DTI who receives complaint, what agency deals with complaints of airlines? Airline tickets.
Right now, it's the Consumer Protection Group.
Okay, so yun nga, so mare-refer doon. So because I actually think that's more efficient because both would be referred. It's the same problem most likely. And I'll give an actual case. When I flew the other week, I was seated, well, near me was a foreigner and he was saying that the PAL business class ticket was a scam. Kasi yung binenta nilang seat, wala man lang entertainment tawag doon? Entertainment unit. 'Di ba normally meron nang nakadikit
Yes.
doon. Walang screen. Tapos hindi rin sinabihan ahead of time. Mag-take off na yung plane, saka lang sinabi na hindi ba kayo sinabihan na wala kayong entertainment? So talagang narinig ko talaga yung katabi ko, sabi niya, this is a scam. Kasi hindi, so pag gano'n, saan yan marireport? Sa pag binili niya yung ticket online, idadaan sa e-commerce. But I guess it doesn't matter, right?
Actually, they would
Doesn't
really be free to choose. I mean, if they have the number of either one of them, or if they only have the number of one of them, they're both entities, whether there's a customer protection group or the e-commerce bureau, either one of them would service the request of the passenger and refer them to the proper entity.
Yeah, but just to be clear, they're not going to to handle it. They're just going to refer it to the proper entity.
Yes, they would, of course, they would address the request and they would refer it to the,
Well, that
but-
might
but-
be
but-
confusing when His Honor says address the request, because the request is to solve the issue, to go
Yes.
after the airing party. So just refer. I think that
Yeah,
is that a
refer.
more accurate response, just to refer. Para lang walang confusion.
Okay.
That's the job, to refer.
Yes.
Because if that's the case, I may even recommend stronger language here that says that the e-commerce bureau does not handle it. Para clear. Kasi ang tagal ko inisip to, so ano ba, mag-handle ba sila o hindi?
Okay.
Might even be better to be clearer. Okay, anyway, I'll quickly go back to section 4. There's a reference in letter D to Republic Act 7653, but I checked because I don't know what this is. Republic Act 7653 has been amended by Republic Act 11211. So may I just, I don't need a response, but can I just ask DTI to clarify that, Your Honor?
would you like a report or a more specific?
It's just that, Your Honor, it says here, the following shall be excluded from the coverage, Republic Act number 7653. But it has been further amended by another act. So I'm just saying that it might be a better reference, the latest law.
Okay.
So kindly have DTI take a look at that so that we're making reference to the accurate law.
Yes, yes, yeah, I think they were referring to the definition of like financial products and services as defined under the Republic Act. So they can give the specific reference in that act so that we can be more guided in terms of the definition and the references.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that law has been amended. So
Yes.
the proper reference would probably be the latest law. I don't need any specific provision.
Okay. Yes, that is noted, Your Honor. Thank you.
You might want to say as amended anyway.
Yes, yes, duly noted, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll move on to the next item, letter E, section 4E. The regulation of the content of online media without prejudice to appropriate actions authorized under this act for purpose of preventing the infringement of intellectual property rights under the Intellectual Property Code. So, itong the regulation of content of online media is one of those that are excluded. So my question is, as to the content of this online media, then who is now going to handle claims of claims on what malicious content? If it's malicious content, what, you go to court, that's libel. Wrongful acknowledgement of the owner of the content, copyright violation, you go to the Intellectual Property Office. Let's be clear so we know where they go.
If it is malicious content, that would already fall under the cybercrime law. But
Cybercrime.
if it's something of the nature of intellectual property, that would be the IPO office.
Okay.
Intellectual property
And-
office.
Yeah, okay. How does His Honor, I think I'll take this up later on OBR, Online Business Registry. It comes up again later. Okay, can His Honor just elaborate for everyone's understanding, Section 7, equal treatment of online and offline commercial activities? It basically states that unless otherwise specified, this act shall be construed to ensure that those who engage in e-commerce may not enjoy any benefits that are more favorable nor be placed at a disadvantage in relation to other enterprises that offer goods and services offline. I understand what it means, but maybe His Honor can just for the record, because somehow people feel, I don't know, it's a good statement to be there, Your Honor. I agree with it, no? But, and the reason, let's just spread into the record, what is the reason for that?
It goes to the equality between retailers. I think this is a topic that we've heard from our offline retailers often, that the online have advantages, are given undue advantages. So the purpose, that's why we wanted to specify this in section 7 that the one of the
That's not the intention.
yeah, the action be construed to ensure that those who engage may not enjoy any benefit that is more favorable, nor be placed in a disadvantage. So it just goes to, it speaks of the equality between the e-retailers and our efforts to make sure that there's a level playing field between online retailers and offline retailers.
Yes, and that's a good point, Your Honor. I do support that because for a while, a few years back, I was even hearing, statements coming from, I suppose, online retailers and their supporters that they really want favorable treatment, like they didn't want to be taxed. Does His Honor recall that? I had a question, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were making a
No,
statement.
I
Sorry.
said, does His Honor recall that there were expressions of sentiments of online retailers and their supporters that they did want favorable treatment, like they didn't want to be taxed. A few
Yes,
years ago, yeah.
yes, I've heard those.
Yes.
I have heard of that. Those concerns being brought up. Yes, I
Yeah.
have.
So now we're making it clear, no, pantay lang naman kayo, di ba? Pare-pareho naman nagne-negosyo, pare-pareho naman may mga kailangan bayaran na bills, but everybody has to pay tax. That's what we're.
Well, I think this bill doesn't have any tax implications on it, but I think in terms of the motivation of the bill, I think is clearly to create a level playing field between offline retailers and online retailers.
So how about,
But there's no, I mean, it doesn't refer to any tax components at this time.
but how about the registration? Does this bill refer to registration requirements, like getting the
Yes,
permit?
there's an online business registration, but it only requires them to divulge their name, basic information, which will be given to the DTI, and of course will be available to their online retailer or platform.
So is this the OBR?
Yes, the online business registration.
But the OBR is totally separate from any requirements with the LGU and with national government. Is that correct?
This is in coordination with this will be managed by the DTI.
Yes, but my question is this totally separate and therefore totally separate from the other requirements to start a business? In other words, if you were a sole proprietor, you go to DTI. If you're a corporation, you go to SEC. Then you need your business permit from the LGU. So
Well,
is this meant to be a one-stop shop na wala na yon?
This is meant to be this is simply a requirement for online. It's not meant to be in lieu of any other requirements that may be required of any other business.
So it's an additional requirement. That's what it is.
Basically, yes.
Okay. So to be clear, because I'm not sure and I would be happy to be educated. Is there a provision here that says that? Because if not, I would recommend that there is. That this is not registration in the OBR is not in lieu of exactly what the sponsor said.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't say specifically in lieu of, but we can add that provision there.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think offhand, I think it may be necessary. I'm happy to hear what DTI has to say, but I think it won't hurt to make that clear because some people you know, if when DTI starts promoting this law and they'll say, don't forget to register, some may be of the view that, dun lang pala ako magre-register. Kasi as
Yeah,
you
I
know,
think you can
allowed
make that
to
clear.
na-
Of course, this is in addition to, I mean, this is a requirement that currently is not required of all online sellers. They're not required to divulge. There's no online business registry, so it would be a useful tool for the DTI as an additional requirement, and also for the sake of enforcing the responsibilities of the seller. So, but we can also include some provision that would promote this idea to make sure that the people will not think that this is the only requirement, and this is something that is in addition to the existing requirements of their business.
How about Your Honor? I'm told I actually don't really engage in TikTok, but I'm told that TikTok now has a yeah, but tawag doon? Has an option where if there's an influencer promoting a certain product, immediately it's clickable, go here and shop here. So, in that case, would the influencer now be considered a merchant? Technically, that the merchant is not the seller. I would say they are the endorser.
Well, if there's a click feature, they would be considered an online merchant.
They're
If
not
there's
clicking
a
it,
if
That-
there's
that-
a
Sorry,
click-
Your Honor.
Yeah, sorry.
The one I know is it's clickable to the store for influencers. Of course, if the influencer has their own business, then that might be. But in many cases, the influencers are featuring a product and the clickable is an online merchant or an e-retailer. So my question is related to Section 8B. Would the online merchant need to register? Because it says here, anyone else who engages in internet transactions. Is that person engaged in internet transactions by endorsing, by promoting?
Online, it is covered. If it's done online, it's still covered.
So an endorser has to now register
Yes.
with the Bureau?
Yeah, online.
Are we sure about that?
If the influencer is pushing it to the Philippine market, he would have to register
As what?
in the OBR as a merchant.
Hindi siya merchant Wala siyang sinesell na products.
Are you saying he's just
Endorser.
promoting it but no click? But if it's a click, if there's something there that's a clickable and brings him to the site,
Pero not necessarily may kita siya doon. Sometimes may points, sometimes may fixed fee, sometimes, I don't know. Hindi pa ako nakuwang influencer for that.
yeah. Well, I mean, we can define it differently, but as of now, the DTI would still define that as he's still selling a product, or he's still promoting a product, and there's some. So he would have to register himself if he's going to be promoting something. I mean, what if it's something that's injurious? He would have to still. It would be beneficial to get his information.
Pag injuries yung binibenta niya.
The view of this representation, Your Honor, is that you might have to capture the influencer in some way because there are influencers that are really peddling wrong information, injurious information, which
Or I mean, a product, injurious product. It has to be. I mean,
Well, no.
if you're saying information, yeah.
information
Yeah.
that is related to a product that if used in the manner the influencer is explaining could cause injuries. For example, I gave the example, Your Honor, in my first interpellation. There's now vape products that have collagen. So if there was an influencer, which is
Yes.
actually not allowed by law already, if there was an influencer pushing that, then that influencer should be held accountable. Is that the purpose of this law? Is it covered here? Because under the definition of online merchant, I don't think that influencer is covered because the definition of online merchant in this bill is selling a product.
Yes.
And selling the product might be different from just promoting a product. So it's something I am bringing to His Honor's attention so that the proper language can be provided if in fact there is that desire to capture influencers. And if so, is it all kinds of influencers or only if it's applicable? I don't know, Your Honor. I don't know the answers. I am just posing these questions because they are real situations.
Yes. What they call that an advertisement model, which is end users access the service for free since the platform is sustained by advertising revenues. So that's a advertising model for revenue, and it's a business model, and that's why the inclusion of advertising as distinguished from advertisements is included, since its nature its nature is business on a digital platform. So, and if you look at digital platforms, they refer to information and communication technology-enabled mechanisms that connect and integrate producers and users in online environments where goods and services are requested, developed, and sold, and data generated and exchanged, such as but not limited to e-marketplace, delivery service platforms, educational platforms, food delivery platforms, and healthcare platforms. So I guess it's a model of revenue, it's a model of conducting business on the internet, and therefore it is
So,
there
Your
are
Honor,
some
is saying-
requirements, and it falls under the law.
So Your Honor is saying that, His Honor is saying that by promoting a product, that is a form of advertisement, and as such, that is as such, he is an online merchant. I follow so far, but in what way was it captured in definition? I'm just trying to make it be sure that.
Yeah, I guess when you promote us, it's a digital service that you're providing. So it's a business model. There's a revenue model for it. So it would fall under the law since it refers to being a business model. There is a end consumer and is a business to consumer model.
Well, maybe the DTI can just tell us, so where did you capture that then here? Where? I understand what's being said, but I don't know where it's captured.
Here in Section 4, line 7. Here, Section 4, line 7, the provisions of this act shall apply to participants in internet transactions where either online consumer or the online goods or digital service provider is situated in the Philippines, included but not limited to delivery carriers, digital platforms, e-retailers, online consumers, and online merchants.
So saan nga dyan, Your Honor?
Well, being a digital service, they consider someone who is engaging in online, someone who's promoting someone who's promoting a product is a digital service provider. Since you're advertising a product, you're earning as a digital service provider. So that's what's included in the scope and coverage in Section 4.
That allows the online consumer to take Well, if you take a look at letter K, which is Section 3, letter K, which defines digital service, it refers to a non-financial service that allows the online consumer to create, process, store, or access data in electronic form, or allow the sharing of any other interaction with data in electronic form uploaded or created by the online consumer or other users of that service. I don't think that's what that's what an endorser does.
Well, I think it's access to data, since the data is the information on the product, correct? Your Honor?
So access to data.
Yes.
Does DTI stand by that? I'm going to take another look at this and.
Yes, if you would, I can ask
I
the
just
detail
wanted to
to.
be accurate. I mean, I'm not an
Yes.
expert. I'm just trying to understand it. So.
Yes, as far as Your Honor, this representations, that's how I interpret it. But certainly we can ask the DTI, and if there are some amendments, we can certainly propose it, and we can ask for the DTI's opinion.
I don't have any amendments. I'm not the expert. I consider that DTI is. I'm
Yes.
just posting questions.
We can we can bring up this concern with the DTI, and perhaps they can, I can ask them to recommend something to clarify these concerns. But just in general, if there's a link that will redirect someone to a product, just like TikTok, it is covered. The data was given by the advertisers, influencers, so it will be covered as far as this law is concerned.
Okay. Thank you. Next item, we're still on section 8. Letter K refers to, I'll read it, no? Collaborate with financial regulators in protecting online consumers, such as but not limited to facilitating the speedy resolution of complaints of online consumers that involve the use of digital financial services. So ang role ba dito ng bureau is itong facilitate the speedy resolution of complaints? May capacity ba sila to do that when they're just endorsing the complaints to other departments? They're just referring.
Yes.
If not, I would recommend that that be deleted during the proper time. But I'm just, seeing, let's be sure that we ask them to do what they have the capacity to do within the confines of their mandate.
Yes, well, under the law, the e-commerce bureau is given significantly more resources than they previously had. Currently, I think they only have 11 employees. And, so under this bureau, under this law, it becomes a large bureau, which would allow them to coordinate with other agencies. And they're even allowed to convene public consultations or interagency meetings to ensure that the online consumers are protected.
Okay, if His Honor believes that they have this ability to do so, I leave it to His Honor's better judgment. I was just worried that we might be putting there something that is beyond their capacity because the resolution of the complaint is with another department altogether. If convening them will effectively facilitate the speedy resolution, then I'm fine with it. I'm just trying to be practical about this approach, Your Honor. I can move on.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Section 9, composition of the Bureau. Would His Honor be amenable to changing the procedure for appointment? Because it's not very common for directors and assistant directors to be appointed by the President. That's very low level for it to go up to the level of the President. And what will happen is this will be vacant for a long, long time. Usually secretaries, USECs, and we usually don't go much further than that.
If I'm not, I think if I'm not mistaken, Your Honor, when I was in the DPWH, the directors were appointed by the President.
In the recent laws that we passed in the Senate, a lot of the amendments that this representation made was to remove that precisely because, and I leave it, you have DTI with you. If they're comfortable with it, I'm just saying, 1 year from now, that remains vacant, I'm going to say.
I can see your point, yes.
So.
Yeah, no, Your Honor, me personally, of course, it's better to, I believe, delegation's a faster way to do these things. I would be open to that, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
that's why-
I'm just saying that there is a practice. I'm just saying there
Correct,
is a
you were-
precedent, but I'm not saying that.
Agree.
Yeah.
And I know there is, and that's why in the last few years, we tried to change that with the new laws because it's too tedious to have to go to the President at this level. So that's been the trend, and we will be happy to supply the more recent laws that wherein we removed it from the President. Not to deny him of that power, but it just becomes too tedious to have to wait for the President to act on all of these appointees.
Yes, Your Honor, I share your opinion that delegation is a speedier strategy. So I would be open any amendment if Your Honor is
The positions here are just 5 years of experience. That's really like a lot of time for the president to have to work through that. I think the secretary can very much handle that, Your Honor. Anyway, I'll move on. Section 10, referral of complaints. The Bureau shall refer any complaint received involving violation of other laws committed in the course of e-commerce activities to the appropriate, okay, we've talked about that. The Bureau shall track any such complaint. So, gagawa ng database, ganun ba to? Gagawa ng database.
Yes, that is correct. That is
Talagang
part of-
gusto ni Bureau gawin yun, ha? Okay.
Yes, that is yes.
Luck po sa inyo.
I was given the assurance by the DTI that they would make this system efficient. So I have to believe that they will execute this.
Registration. Yung worry nyo lang yung upkeep non up to date and all. I think it's good for people to.
Mr. President, on the OBR in Section 11, Online Business Registry, I remember when I would travel to the US and I was looking up, this is pre-internet time, I was looking up a company. There's a Better Business Bureau that you can refer to in the US. Parang ganito ba to? Like, will it give you like a status of that company? Maybe not even rate it, but at least can you know, would you be able to tell if this company has received so many complaints? I think that's somewhat important to a consumer.
It will be accessible, but they will, with the DTI will place some controls.
Sige, can we get more information na lang on that, Your Honor? I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
I would like to respect data privacy, but at the same time, consumer protection also to
Yes.
be able to access some kind of information.
Yes. I believe strongly that the existence of such an online business registry would be a big step in protecting a lot of the online consumers, since now they can refer to we could readily refer or track down any entity who conducts business in the country.
Yes. And then itong trust mark, this is something that is a new creation. This doesn't exist, no? Trust mark. This is something new.
It is
Something
something new,
we want
and
to
maybe it's something new that can give incentive to online sellers, online merchants, so that they can strive to receive this trust mark, which would signal to the consumer that they consistently follow the responsibilities as stated by the law.
So it says here it's an industry-led trust mark. So DTI intends to work with the industry and ask them to come up with their own rating system or something like that. Yung mga in good standing, ganon.
Yes, and the DTI shall periodically assess this industry-led
Okay.
trust mark.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, Your Honor. I always ask in the industries that I've had to work with, particularly like the health sector, I always tell them that I believe in it being industry driven, for them to police themselves, for them to come up to the highest standards. So I think that's a good thing, Your Honor. Just it would be good for DTI to periodically assess. I'll move on, Your Honor. Section 13, digital payments. DTI and BSP shall develop frameworks to incentivize the use of digital payments and promote their education adoption among business and consumers. The DTI, in consultation with the BSP and other relevant financial regulators, shall issue rules and regulations to implement Section 17 and 18 of this Act.
Parang ligaw lang na.
Ligaw yung
Provision na yun.
Mr. President, I just feel that that last sentence looks kind of lost there. Doesn't look like it belongs there.
The DTI in consultation with the.
Yeah, Section 17 and 18 is about the cease and desist.
Yes, yeah, you know what, sorry,
I don't know
Your
why it's
Honor.
there.
Yeah, Your Honor, unfortunately, that was brought to my attention. That was a clerical error. It actually refers to sections
So what
21 and.
what is it supposed to be?
Which one? If you, this was admittedly, this was a clerical error. So the DTI is currently working on the
Okay, just show,
amendment to fix this, yes.
okay, just show us
But you're
the
correct,
proper
yes.
time.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'll move on to chapter 3, regulatory jurisdiction of DTI. Where's the C-7? Mm, Can His Honor tell us, Section 15 refers to DTI having primary regulatory jurisdiction over e-marketplace, online merchants, e-retailers, and other digital platforms that sell or allow the sale or exchange of goods, services, and digital products. And then it goes on to say that the regulatory rulemaking authority of the DTI shall be ancillary to any duly constituted regulatory jurisdiction granted to an agency, such as but not limited to DICT, Bangko Sentral, National Privacy Commission. So, meron pa ba tayong ibang iniisip?
When it
Kasi
means,
such as lang to eh. So, may iba pa kaya?
well, basically, maybe there are other, like, if I can just cite some possible, maybe other agencies who might have some kind of jurisdiction over it. What is some? LTFRB,
I would
NTC,
suggest,
NTC perhaps.
Okay.
Would be also be.
I think if we know it, we should include that. It's just better for to limit confusion.
Yeah, well, yes, but I think Your Honor, the reason for that is just because the agencies that might possibly be included would be so many to mention. That's why they only gave a few examples. But certainly we can give more examples if as a.
Parang mahirap yata yun. I don't think that follows in lawmaking that you give a few examples when it comes
Well,
to.
if we can, then we can specify each and every one. It's okay. Yes, we can,
If you
Your
can
Honor.
specify,
Yeah.
I would recommend. If you cannot, yeah, it's a bit of a problem because I mean I've gone through this also with other bills, and really the you really just want to be as clear as possible, Your Honor. So I understand the tediousness of the effort, but you'll really want it will prevent more confusion later on.
Yes, Your Honor, that is acceptable to us.
I'll move on. The cease and I'll make this simple, Your Honor. My concerns on section 17 and 18. My understanding of the cease and desist order is it's sort of like a PRO, like a temporary restraining order. But for us to give the power to the secretary to exercise this, we should comply with the delegation of power requirements, and it should be very specific when it will happen, how, under what circumstances this will happen. And usually, like in a TRO, it's very clear that there's imminent danger. That there, for example, the requirement would be, not for example, the requirement based on jurisprudence for the issuance of a TRO is there exists a clear and unmistakable right to be protected. This right is directly threatened by an act, and the invasion of the right is material and substantial, and there's an urgent and paramount necessity for the writ. So all of these things should be clear before clearly written in the bill. Otherwise, this could be questioned for as an undue delegation of power.
Yes. I think it's specific here where the authority, the power to issue the takedown comes from, which is, it's in violation of the responsibilities specified within this act, the Consumer Act of the Philippines, or any other applicable trade and consumer protection law or regulations.
But
So he has the right to issue a compliance order directing immediate resistance from committing the said violation or otherwise comply with the law or regulations in question. So I think, Your Honor, it specifies what the the purpose or what what the infraction committed was in order for the secretary to be able to exercise his power to take down the website or retailer.
It's actually not clear. It says any violation. It could be a minor violation, it could be a major violation. Would you equate a child pornography site or a site that was, selling contrabands to some minor, failure to declare a detail? I don't think we can. And, the Constitution guarantees the right to life, liberty, and property, and the property includes business properties. The secretary cannot just shut down a business on a mere allegation of some kind of a violation. So these things have to be very clear because there are rights also involved. This is also property rights of the business owners. But again, in the interest of protecting the consumer, you also want to give the secretary that power. I do support the secretary exercising that power, but that is why it has to be well defined.
Yes, I think it says here that they would have to, first of all, it would only be limited to 30 days, the takedown order. And he would have to, and they would be given the ability to present their case after 2 days.
I don't think that's correct, Your Honor. The presenting of the case is afterwards. That's for the issue to take down. So the cease and desist appears to me as,
It says here, the Secretary of Trade, upon due notice and hearing, shall have the power to issue an order directing a website or other platform in violation of this act to desist from marketing or offering non-financial goods or services that are accessible in the Philippines, provided that the cease and desist order shall not apply to the payment portal connected to the website page or violating entity. The cease and desist order shall remain in effect for a maximum of 30 days unless otherwise extended or made permanent by judicial order or decision. So he cannot make this permanent. To be fair to the platform, he cannot make this permanent. It's only at most maximum of 30 days. And I think that there are some cases that they really have to take it down, even temporarily, just to make sure that the product, should it be dangerous to the public, has, for the safety of the public, if he feels it's necessary, he should have the power to take it down. And anyway, it's not a permanent takedown. It's yeah. Mechanism for.
I would request His Honor to have DTI study itong the line 18, which refers on section 17, which refers to violation of this act. Could be any violation, Your Honor, and some of them may require a cease and desist, and some may not. So this would be I stand by my concern that this could be an undue delegation if that is not properly defined. We normally identify what are the which parts of the laws are being violated that would necessitate the use of this power.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. We can make it. I will work with the Department of Trade and Industry to make it more specific. What is needed in order to issue a takedown order. What are the specific infractions that have to be committed in order for the secretary to issue an order of takedown?
There's actually a section letter B, but may I request proper wording because it's B and then subsection A and B. So baka this subsection A and B should be I or double I because it's very confusing. It's on page 13, starting line 5 to line 13, section B, and then paragraph B, and then under that it's A and B, tama ba? I may be wrong also in my understanding, but it just looks confusing, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, we can correct that.
Anyway, there is a distinction here being made that the secretary may immediately issue a provisional takedown order to prevent grave and irreparable injury to the public when the following conditions are present. So this one, from my understanding, won't even have any notice of hearing. Is that correct?
There's no for
Yes, for a provisional takedown, there's no need for a notice of hearing.
Yeah, may I request that His Honor's staff or DTI take a look at the jurisprudence on TROs so that you can maybe mirror it or something similar, because it's already jurisprudence. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. It already identifies, as I have read earlier, when these kind of powers can be exercised, and those are the ones that stand the test in court, Your Honor, because these are cases that could be, DTI could be sued, no, if a business would claim that the takedown was done with grave abuse of discretion. So I'm also doing this to protect DTI in the I mean, I'm the first one to like this because with this kind, lahat ng mga vapes na naka-post dyan na bawal, matatanggal na. So I support it. But I don't want DTI to be taken to court for that because our legislation didn't clarify what were the basis for the exercise of that power. So that's the only reason, Your Honor, that I'd really like this to be very tight.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, that's duly noted, and I'll work with the DTI so we can tighten it up a bit. We can make it more,
Thank you.
make it clear.
Then I think section 19 is like the counterpart of the Better Business Bureau, not the counterpart, the opposite of the Better Business Bureau that I was referring to. This is the website that would list if a company has been subject of a compliance order, a takedown, and so on and so forth. So again, I support this, but it should just be crafted and then eventually implemented with due care, because again, it would be infringing on the rights of a business owner.
Yes,
So
yes,
we have to be sure that we properly equip DTI with the guidelines on how to exercise this power.
Yes, Your Honor. I think that it is to everyone's benefit that we support these provisions with the necessary jurisprudence to make it even more efficient and effective. So yes, we will work with the DTI in order to give this to tighten up this provision.
Thank you. Your Honor, I go to section 20. It refers to the development of an online dispute resolution platform, an ODR platform, as an alternative mode of dispute resolution. My question is, Your Honor, is this online dispute resolution immediately available to a consumer before they go to court, or can they go straight, must they go through the online dispute resolution before they go to court, or can they go to court and not do the online dispute resolution?
Your Honor, this was meant to be an alternative, not a requirement. So it doesn't preclude them from going to court and filing a case.
Dapat internal distribution. This is just saying that ito po na sila before sila pumunta sa dispute resolution. Kasi iba pa yun. Iba pa.
So the requirement, Your Honor, to avail of online dispute resolution is that they tried to resolve it themselves. So for example, an online consumer would show proof that they sent an email to the business and complain what's it about, can they return it, can they get a refund. They just have to show proof of that, and if it wasn't resolved, they can avail of the online
Yes, the
dispute
online,
resolution,
yes.
or actually go to court.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
that is true, Your Honor.
Okay. I leave it up to His Honor, but you might even want to make it a requirement to be before going to court, because it is always advantageous it will help decongest the courts. I think the court system would be happy if this can be the end, if this mechanism can solve most of the disputes. That would be very good for our court system. perhaps we can take a look at that, Your Honor.
We'll look at
Yung
the.
dumaan man lang dyan, but that would also require that we support it financially kasi you'll need arbiters
Yeah, that would be, yes.
and so on and so forth. But I support this, Your Honor.
But I agree with the need to, the need to declog our courts of these kinds of minor, sometimes minor disputes. So yes, I would, I could work with the DTI also to perhaps give the ODR some more resources to
Yes.
handle more of these complaints so that the courts can be decongested.
I mean, I assume it's already very similar to how the Consumer Act is implemented, but it would really, a lot of it is just miscommunication or minsan may matigas lang na ulo na seller, and it would be a big help, Your Honor. It would be a big help if we can do that. Thank you. I'll move on. I think I'm almost done. Just to point out that Section 20, letter B refers to a consumer network. And it's not defined, but if this is the only place where it's used, I'm fine with that. Is this supposed to be the definition that follows? A network of national government agencies that have consumer protection mandates and LGUs which shall serve as consumer dispute resolution contact points? If that's it, I'm okay. I'm just concerned that if the use of that term is repeated, then it should be in the definition of terms. If not, this is the only place, then it's okay.
Yes. This is the existing definition of terms that they have now. So that's the basis for this provision. It's existing, and this is this is what it is actually now. So that's the basis for this provision.
Okay.
So the basis for the provision.
Would be resolution claim. So when next comes to solve this, mag-handle.
Mr. President, may I ask, is the consumer network the one that's going to handle the ODRs, the online dispute resolution? Because letter C, section 20, letter C says each agency shall designate an office bureau that shall serve as its ODR contact point and communicate its name and contact details to the DTI.
The ODR system will be developed by the DTI through the e-commerce bureau. So not the consumer, not the consumer network.
So,
So the consumer, this is it says it will act as a consumer dispute resolution contact point.
I'm confused, to be honest. What's the role of the consumer network now with the ODR?
If Your Honor would be amenable, I can ask the DTI to go over specifics of what they were, the specifics of what the responsibilities of the consumer network will be. They can go through it just to, and then maybe later on we can propose some amendments that would satisfy Your Honor.
I think so, because it's confusing just from my initial perusal.
Yes.
The ODR shall be, so the ODR is an interactive website which may be accessed electronically and will serve as a low-cost method for redress. The DTI through the Bureau shall be responsible for its operation, including its maintenance, the ODR. So I guess you can post your complaints there and somebody will be answering you.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's online.
Yeah. Yeah, I think letter B then is lost in this discussion because letter C is each agency, and I'm assuming these are various agencies that are involved
Yeah, as contact points for this, for the consumers, I guess, that they wanted, like the consumer network and, but it doesn't speak to the platform. This is more of, I think these networks are mentioned to act as contact points for the consumers to access also to possibly access the ODR.
Sige, Your Honor, maybe we can just ask DTI to explain it further.
Yes, I can, I will ask the DTI to,
Yeah. The
explain
next
these
provision is on
provisions.
section 21, Code of Conduct, seems to be pretty straightforward. And then rights and obligations, section 22, rights and obligation of online consumer. May I know if these remedies of the consumer are the same in the Consumer Act, yung itong repair or replacement of products within 30 days? Ano nga ba yun? Remember we just had that question in But di ba there are certain things that you can.
Are they different? Are they same?
Is it consistent?
The same. Sure. They were based on the consumer.
Okay. Yes, they were based on Your Honor, they were based on the Consumer Act, so, they are the same.
Parang I recall, but I may be wrong. Isn't one of the remedies here at the choice of the consumer, whether they'll have it repaired or they'll have it replaced? Anyway, it's in the Consumer Act. I'm going to check this in order to save time. I'll just check it on my own, but if Your Honor tells me it's the same, I hope I don't find anything that's different.
According to based on my, talks with my information from the DTI, it is,
It's the same, okay.
yeah, substantially the same, I suppose.
And then,
E-marketplaces, yun nga yung platforms. Kung sila, update sa atin.
may I know where it is stated here in the obligations of the e-market and other digital platforms wherein they will not allow the sale of products that are regulated by other laws? And again, I'm referring to like the vapes. Bawal, pero nandyan.
By other laws?
Yeah, because di ba, like the vapes are regulated by other laws eh.
You mean from other laws from other countries or other?
No,
laws?
sorry. We have laws in the country
Okay.
that regulate different products. So if there's a law that regulates a product, where is it that in this law, in this bill that says that the e-marketplace will not allow the sale or will shut down, take down?
I think this may apply on page 20, line 15, e-marketplaces and other digital platforms should not allow the sale of regulated goods such as, but not limited to, chemicals, food, and drugs without requiring them to provide their permits and license information.
Okay.
And contractually obligating their compliance with sales procedures and limitations.
Okay, so but this, and I'm happy with this because this is my main concern, products that are otherwise regulated by the FDA. But I'm sure there are other products regulated by other agencies, which I don't know of. So saan yun? I don't know I can't think of offhand, but I'm sure there are others. Like, for example, I don't know, online
Yeah.
sale of insurance?
Yeah, I think, but it says here in the last sentence, another for this year as may be imposed by any law or local government regulation. So this, this basically covers almost, basically all products, any law or local government regulation.
Maybe what I'll do, Your Honors, I'll ask my staff to submit to your office a list of products that I see advertised or sold online in other countries, maybe not so much here, and I'll ask, if it will be because of this. I mean, I'm all for expanding access, but also to ensure protection.
Yes, Your Honor.
So just
That would be
admit
very
that.
helpful, Your Honor.
Yeah.
That would be very helpful, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mm. I have one more comment. I noticed that there's lengthy discussion on the rights and obligations, and some of them are basic obligation and contracts covered, which are provided in our civil code. I don't know if it's a good idea to be rephrasing or rewording it because we might be creating something new. So I haven't had a chance to go through it in detail. I just know that I see them there and I'm like, oh, oblikon na to eh. May batas na tayo dyan eh. So may I just ask that the legal team of DTI review it with that in mind, that don't try to reword it, don't try to reinvent it. If you're just going to say that, the civil code provision on sales governs, then that's
say
what it
that,
is, We keep it simple
Yes,
because
Your
we
Honor.
might create something new.
That's true, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I will direct the DTI to do just that, the
Yeah.
legal department, so that we don't, yeah, like you said, reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, so my team will just be also reviewing it from that perspective because I just don't want to create confusion. Yeah, I think that's it, Your Honor. I think any other comments I have can either be submitted in writing for clarification or during the period of amendments, no? Just to tighten up wordings and language to make it as clear as possible. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pia Cayetano. Just wait for the Majority Leader. Session is suspended.
At this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1846. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2233 under Committee Report number 71. This is the bill on Public-Private Partnership Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation, and with that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, our dear colleague, our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and to interpellate our distinguished colleague from the great province of Pangasinan and Iloilo, Senator Grace Poe.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator J.V. Ejercito, to sponsor as well as to interpolate a distinguished colleague from Iloilo, Pangasinan, Republic of the Philippines, Senator Grace Poe, to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman from San Juan and my kinakapatid yield to some questions?
Well, certainly, Mr. President, of course, anything from the chair of my chair in the Committee on Public Services.
Thank you to my very hardworking Vice Chair. Mr. President, I would like to ask, with this PPP proposal, I think this is really high time, and I congratulate the main sponsor of this one. We know for a fact that the NEDA board may be well-intentioned, but has become a roadblock for many priority projects because of its vetting process, etc. So the proposed PPP Act that we have now, how much is the threshold for a project to have to undergo NEDA board approval?
Yes, if I may enumerate, Your Honor, Mr. President, projects below 2.5 billion, it's only the head of implementing agency or if their board. Projects from 2.5 billion to 5 billion requires ICC NEDA. And for your question, your query, above 5 billion pesos, the NEDA board, as recommended by the ICC NEDA, would be needed to approve the said PPP project, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I guess my question would be, 5 billion sounds like a lot of money, but when it comes to infrastructure and big ticket items, I think that this is still not, this is still something that will actually hinder a lot of other big ticket items from progressing rather quickly if it has to go through the NEDA board. I guess at the proper time, would the sponsor agree to at least raise the threshold to at least 15 million, 15 billion?
Your Honor, of course, we will be willing. We will, of course, talk to the Department of Finance, and they are willing also to increase the threshold so that the intention anyway of this measure really is to hasten, to fast track all most of the infrastructure development projects through PPP. So, Your Honor, indeed, if you would introduce an amendment, we will consider and probably most likely accept, Your Honor.
Oh, that's good news. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the willingness of our sponsor to consider our proposal. Another possible proposal is if it's a joint venture between, or if it's a PPP regardless of cost, local PPP projects shall be approved by the local Sanggunians of LGUs or Board of Universities and Colleges. If it's a, would the sponsor be willing that if it's a project with the LGUs, it doesn't need to go through the NEDA board anymore? Is this something that will probably also be considered?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, local PPP projects affecting national development or master plans and national projects shall secure the endorsement of the national government through the respective regional development councils or RDCs prior to approval by the local Sanggunians in the case of LGUs or by the boards in the case of LUCs. Such endorsement, Your Honor, Mr. President, of the RD shall be processed in the most expeditious manner as prescribed in the IIR of this Act. Your Honor, Mr. President, as long as the project of the local or the LGU, as long as the local PPP project of the province, of the city or municipal does not run in conflict with the national master plan, with the national infrastructure development, then they will be allowed, of course, to go to undertake their own local PPP projects. That's the reason why they would have to get the endorsements just to make sure that it does not run in conflict with the national master plan, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Hindi, pero ito. So, it's timely that the LGs will now be participating in more PPP projects. In 2020, the PPP Monitor, the Asian Development Bank, found that LGUs have limited expertise, technical resources, and budgets for PPP preparation. Paano natin matutulungan kaya ang mga LGUs na makakuha ng PPP investors para sa kanilang local development projects? Will technical and financial assistance be given to LGUs to enable them to study and prepare PPP plans?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, you are correct. Some LGUs are not doesn't have the capability, to undertake big ticket items that they would want to go in through PPP. So we are the PPP Center and the Project Development and Monitoring Facility will be willing to assist the LGUs to provide technical and their expertise and knowledge so that they will be able to make sure that they go into the proper projects, so that they will be assisted, that they will provide the expertise, Your Honor, Mr. President, and technical skills, so that the LGUs will enter in to make sure that the project they will undergo or undertake will be correct, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So that's actually in the proposed bill, that they will be given assistance?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. We are institutionalizing the support to LGUs by PPP Center and the Project Development and Monitoring Facility, or the PDMF, Your Honor.
That's good to hear, Mr. President. Now, on unsolicited proposals, the proposed act introduces major reforms for unsolicited proposals. Under the current BOT IRR requirements, unsolicited proposals can only be accepted if it involves a new concept or technology or is not part of the priority projects. Why is this requirement removed from the bill? Why allow this instead of having the implementing agencies open solicited proposals that will undergo public bidding?
Your Honor, Mr. President, under the Act, the new concept or new technology requirement in unsolicited proposals under the existing BOT law, as you are correct, is no longer required. Over the years, under the effectivity of the existing BOT law, it proved difficult to confirm that a particular concept or technology proposed for a project is indeed new within the area of the proposed project. So the new concept or technology does not equate to efficiency and effectiveness. At times, such new concept or technology could even make services more expensive. So, Your Honor, Mr. President, government doesn't always have the funds to do the projects, development projects. So we have liberalized the unsolicited proposal as not to delay the development of projects and give government an option on how to pursue the projects, Your Honor. And yesterday we were discussing that with the minority leader, that there are some unsolicited projects that proved to be very successful, Your Honor, Mr. President. No? And these are big infra projects, just like the MRT-7, the Skyway 3, and Lex Connector, the Tiplex. So these are unsolicited projects that proved to be successful, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are several unsolicited proposals received. Now, if there are several proposals received, the implementing agency can choose the best and most advantageous proposal based on the rules to be set in the IRR. I want to be clear on what is the intended criteria for this. Why are we leaving it in the IRR? Kasi usually, pag iniiwan natin at the discretion of the agency kung ano-ano nilalagay nila, that's not necessarily in the spirit of the law.
And but lalo yung kasi ayaw na kasi legal sila. Because sometimes it could be may nangyayari naman nasa. So yung third party, anong third party? Yung proposal natin. Your Honor, Mr. President, you're also correct, no, that more often than not, if you leave it to the implementing agency, talagang nagkakaroon po ng focus, just like one very good example which we discussed also yesterday, a failed unsolicited project which is the IA 3. No, because it was left with just with the implementing agencies. So kaya, there were changes in orders. That's why the delivery, we would say, was not a very success, was a failure. So in this case, since the implementing agencies, we deem that the implementing agencies have the expertise and know the needs, but we will be willing to accept any amendment, and likewise we will also require or propose that a third-party expert would be there to guide and assist the implementing agency, Your Honor. So an independent expert review of a similar unsolicited proposal assists some implementing agencies that may be undercapacitated in terms of determining the best and most advantageous unsolicited proposal, Your Honor.
Thank you. At the proper time, we'll probably make us an amendment if it might be more advantageous and make it more efficient for choosing the right and winning bidder. Under this bill, also, there will be a bid bonus system for the comparative challenge. In this method, a bonus in the form of a percentage between 5 to 10% is applied to the financial proposal of the original proponent. Ang mangyayari kung magbibigay ang top challenger ng proposal na mas advantageous to the government, pero within the percentage, may right to match ang original proponent. What benefits will the government have in converting to a bonus system? And what problems have been found in the current Swiss challenge?
No, but in the history, nobody siya.
Forces the performance.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to Department of Finance, who are here, in the past experience, more often than not, there's no challenge, usually. So the bid bonus would already set the best foot forward, so that we can expect to have the best offer to the project, Your Honor, Mr. President. The best foot forward, Your Honor.
Moving on, Mr. President, who exercises oversight over unsolicited proposals considered by the agencies? Paano natin masisiguro na talagang maayos ang competition ng mga proponents at ang pinaka-advantageous na proposal ang mapipili? Kunyari, na-devolve yun, di ba? Or we're increasing the threshold to, let's say, 15 billion if that's been accepted later on. Within the agencies, Will the public disclosure of tender documents include the competing unsolicited proposals?
Your Honor, Mr. President, we likewise included safeguard mechanisms to be put in place to protect public interest and to avoid abuses in USPs, no? Unsolicited proposals. So in rigorous, here, if I may enumerate, rigorous review of the approving body prior to approval. This ensures overall feasibility of the project and that risks associated with the project are well allocated between the government and the private sector. Second, promotion of competition in the processing of unsolicited proposals help the government and the public get the best deal out of the unsolicited proposal. Third, prohibition of subsidies, guarantees, and compensated contribution of government assets, properties, and rights. Fourth, through public disclosure of contracts, transparency of deals between the government and the private proponent is promoted. Last but not the least, inclusion of a penal provision in the law. So that's all, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned this will be open for scrutiny by the public. There's a publication of it.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
But perhaps also at a later time, we can put that based on the proposal, there also has to be a good track record of those that are planning to participate or submitting the unsolicited bid. Because sometimes it's too good to be true. They can make all these promises, but if their track record and also their financial disclosures are not very clear, I think numbers, it's harder for them to lie with numbers. What's their track record in business or SEC filings, etc. Maybe we could include that, especially for allowing more autonomy in determining the approval of certain PPP projects.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. I do agree with Your Honor that, of course, track record is a standard in eligibility requirements for those who intend to participate in the PPP projects, Your Honor.
Yes, because Mr. President, remember the fiasco that happened with the MRT rehabilitation. This was
That is
not-
correct, Your Honor.
Oo, di ba? Hindi man lang yun unsolicited proposal. These were actual biddings, di ba? And then they didn't renew the contract of Sumitomo and basically gave it, I forget anymore the name of the company, that later on we discovered they were buying replacement parts from Raon.
Yeah.
And
Yes, Your
that's
Honor.
why- That was the problem. That's why I think a good track record. That's why I'm a little also bit confused and wondering about why the decision of the DOTR is now when there's to veer away from the unsolicited proposal of this mega consortium and open it to a public bidding, which is fine. You open it to a public bidding, it's more transparent or it's transparent. But again, when you open it to the lowest bidder, you don't necessarily get the better deal and service. Imagine, kalaban mo itong consortium of, let's say, Ayala, Aboitiz, Metro Pacific, etc., Gokong Way Group. Nagbid sila ng ganitong amount and they justified why, or they want 25 years. Meron isang magbibid, 15 years lang, tapos mas maganda yung number siguro for the DOTR, but wala naman track record in running an airport. Mapapahiya na naman tayo niyan, di ba? So, the lowest bid is not necessarily, the cheaper deal is not necessarily the best one. So that's why I think that we need to be clear with our parameters. And lastly,
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor, if I may add, no, I think you're also frustrated that there are certain agencies, no, that minsan nakakaano, no, during our investigations that, based on experience also, lowest bidder is not always the best. That's why past experience also help hone this measure that we will base it on there will be bid parameters this time. So it's not necessarily the lowest bidder. Usually po talaga, Madam, Mr. President, Your Honor, that yung mga nagbabagsak ng presyo ng bid, talagang mag-ano na tayo, we have to cast our doubts already. And usually, yun yung mga fly-by-night. As what you mentioned earlier in what happened during the service provider of the MRT. I think during your investigation, Your Honor, we found out that they really didn't have the capability. No? So we will make sure that we will not base it on the lowest bidder, Your Honor, but more so on the capability and the competence of those who would want to participate.
Yes, Mr. President, in fact, with that, I think the capitalization of that last company that did, or a few companies that did the rehabilitation of the MRT, parang 600,000 lang eh.
Yes, I can remember that correctly, Your
600,000
Honor.
or 60,000, something
Yes.
absurd for billions of pesos. That's why, to protect also those that will submit an unsolicited proposal, we should put, let's say, by not accepting the lowest bid, these are the components that would justify that. Let's say quality of product being supplied is far superior.
Yes.
The track record of those involved is more legitimate, etc. So I think we better be clear on that, so that, let's say, I'm an agency. I can't be sued for why did I accept this one? Mas mataas, mas mababa yung bid ng isa. Hindi naman makukulong yung head ng agency for choosing something that may be more expensive to the government but will be more beneficial in terms of return on investment. So
That
yun
is
lang,
correct.
we will try to craft it during the period of amendment. And lastly,
Likewise,
Mr.
before we continue, based on our experience, Your Honor, so we will be rest assured that we will incorporate that our standard bid documents will have minimum financial and technical capability, and likewise must have demonstrated experience in similar projects, Your Honor, so that we will do away with our past bad experiences during our investigations, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, also maybe to highlight one of the provisions in the Public Service Act, that any involvement in critical infrastructure will always have to revert for a review. Because, it could be a PPP project that involves, let's say, I don't know, telecommunications. Ay, hindi na yan siya. Airports, let's say critical infrastructure. Again, we have to see the ownership. Baka naman we're allowing
Yes.
certain groups that are at odds with us at certain diplomatic levels to win the contract. So that's it. And then lastly, madalas maging issue sa PPP ang tanong kung ano ang liability ng gobyerno kung ito ang hindi sumunod sa kontrata. Kasi remember, what businesses want is predictability also, and honoring the sanctity of contracts. Okay. Or material adverse government action refers to acts. MAGA, or material adverse government action, refers to acts of government which have negative effects to the industry or to the private proponent's ability to comply with obligations. Halimbawa na dito, ang regulatory risk o pagbabago sa batas o regulations. Potential investors and business groups claim that these are unfair to the private sector as it would leave them open to risks. Under the bill, how will this be addressed? What now will be the contingent liabilities for the government? Let's say there's a change of law. What exactly is the term?
Hindi pwede
yeah.
law would change the
Ayun,
human regulatory action. Hindi.
So kunyari, paano yun? Kung magpapalit yung batas,
That's on an officer.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. Once a PPP contract is signed, the parties to the contract must fulfill their obligations as stipulated. But should parties fail to comply with the terms, they shall be subject to penalties as provided in the same contract. Non-compliance with the terms of contract may also be considered as an event of default that might lead to termination, the conditions and procedures of which are also provided for in the contract. And likewise, Your Honor, Mr. President, yesterday we also, going back to the failed unsolicited project, that is the EA3, we have demonstrated that the government pays, no? Because we lost in that arbitration, the government paid 510 million US dollars. Natalo po tayo doon. But dahil natalo tayo sa kaso, but the government still, we demonstrated that we paid, no? I mean, we shouldered, masakit man, but we did our, we honored, no? The ruling. The proposed, we have, we honor kumbaga, we honor arbitration decisions, Your Honor. And this is also one of the reasons that the national government, specifically DOF, needs visibility in PPP contracts so we can prepare and budget for contingent liabilities, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, that's good to know that we really believe in honoring our contracts because also of our reputation in the international business community. However, dun ba sa sinasabi ninyong kontrata kung sa natalo tayo, may nakulong ba dun? For entering into a disadvantageous agreement.
Oh, isa na yun. Tayo lang. We will have what's it? Your Honor, Mr. President, unfortunately, in the BOT law, there is no penal clause, no? Kaya nakakalungkot talagang siguro wala natatakot man daw sa atin dahil wala nakukulong. So in the new PPP measure that we are about to pass, we will make sure that will be penal provisions that will be added, Your Honor.
But yeah, so we will add that. I think that the side of the government, for as long as they can prove, we can prove that they entered into an agreement that is disadvantageous to the Philippines, then they should be held liable. At least on our part, di ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Of course, if we're being swindled by a third party, they also can be liable in our laws. Like, for example, they didn't really deliver or they delivered a substandard material, etc. But ano bang administration yung sinasabi mong nagka-problema tayo? Ano ang project yun? Is it for the rail?
Rapport 10.
Ano ba yun?
Your Honor, Mr.
Airport.
President, na IA3 concern,
Airport.
the airport na IA3, it's I think the proponent is Fraport and
Fraport.
Catco. So 1997, that's during the administration of Fidel Ramos, Your Honor, Mr. President.
And then, but then
1997.
later on, no, 1997 yon. Pero na-take over carried over until after Estrada to the next, di ba?
Yes.
Doon tayo hindi nagbayad, di ba?
Yes.
Kanila. O nagbayad ba tayo?
Your Honor, Mr. President, I was, the ruling of the Supreme Court that we have to pay our obligations was in 2003, Your Honor, Mr. President.
2003.
2003.
Okay. So I guess that's all for now, Mr. President. So just to summarize a few things, we have to be clear about the criteria and the guidelines that will help the LGUs or the agencies to make an independent approval of a project if it's less than 15 billion, but with certain criterias in place. Number two, there should also be penalties in place for those that will enter into an agreement that is disadvantageous to the Philippine government. So I'd like to thank the sponsors for clarifying matters, and we shall prepare for an amendment and propose the same to him. Thank you.
Thank you also, my chair, the Committee on Public Services. Definitely, this will really improve the measure that we are about to hopefully pass based on the experiences that we had during the investigations, and it's very helpful. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our distinguished colleague, Senator Grace Poe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to continue his interpellation, Mr. President, I move that we recognize our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Our distinguished colleague, our Minority Floor Leader, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, with the permission of our sponsor, this representation would continue with this interpellation. And if I could pursue some of the points raised by Senator Grace po. You talked about the threshold amounts, Mr. President, and the sponsor showed his willingness to adjust the amount. So the question which came to my mind, Mr. President, is how were these amounts in the first place determined, Mr. President? Ano ba ito, big gusto mo?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the basis for the approval of the thresholds, number one, the 2.5 billion approval threshold is patterned after the ICC memorandum dated June 27, 2017 regarding the updating of project cost threshold for approvals of non-PPP projects. That 5 billion approval threshold was a product of discussions during Senate committee hearings in the previous Congress to address perceived possible bottlenecks in the proposed approval process. And Your Honor, Mr. President, also if I may add, 5 billion is too big for projects like public markets or hospitals. But 5 billion is too small for projects like airports, toll roads, railways, and other big-ticket items, Your Honor. So the solution is to really improve the quality of the PPP projects. So again, if I may, the 5 billion is too big for projects like public markets and hospitals, but it is too small for bigger items like toll roads, railways, airports. So again, the solution is really to improve the quality of the PPP projects, Your Honor.
But why is it so easy, Mr. President, to accept the adjustment from 5B to 15B? Bakit ganun lang kadali, Mr. President? Kasi if that is the case, the impression that we get is it's an arbitrary amount, Mr. President.
We will still. Your Honor, actually, what I told Senator Grace was that, we might consider, but we're still open to suggestions. But we will also do some computations before the period of amendment. Because in this time, Your Honor, Mr. President, sometimes you get surprised by the amount by the cost already of construction.
That's true.
Of some projects. No? Probably in our experience before, people would ask for interventions. 5-10 million was already enough for simple projects, but now it's in the 50s, 50 million, 100 million. So we will consider, and we will the suggestions of Senator Grace po, but we will also do our computations before we enter into the public, before we go into the period of amendment. So until tomorrow, Your Honor, Mr. President, I'll consult we will be doing some pencil pushing on what amounts that the acceptable thresholds will be, Your Honor. In case, Your Honor, it's not only from Senator Grace po, any suggestions from the minority leader? I think you are the resident mathematician here. So I think we will, any computation, I will trust the minority leader, Your Honor, Mr. President.
That's why I noticed immediately, Mr. President, times 3 yun eh.
Times 3, yes, Your Honor.
So if there is really a formula or a philosophy behind the setting of the thresholds in the bill, hindi dapat ganun kadali i-adjust yun. So at any rate, we have the commitment from the sponsor that he will.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, any amount that you think will be appropriate and you're comfortable with, and then we will try to reconcile with Senator po. Because there are big ticket items, like for example, the MRT-7 is 77 billion. The Clark New Terminal Building is 12 billion. So big ticket items are already would surpass the 10 billion mark, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Sige po. But at any rate, this only shows na number one, wala ng value ang Philippine peso. That's why we should ask the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas kasi what they have been doing over the decades to protect the value of the peso, and or masyadong mahal ang ating construction costs. Pwedeng bloated ang pag-estimate po ng ating mga projects. So, at any rate, sige, this could be possible reasons why we see the sudden increase in the amounts for infrastructure projects. Senator Po also raised the matter of track record, and I think our sponsor said that this is always considered, even in the old PPP rules, and it will also be considered in the bill. Pero hindi ba kasama na si track record sa Government Procurement Act, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, it is currently in the BOT law IRR, but if this is Your Honor, if there's anything that you may want to suggest, no, on how we will be able to strengthen or improve, we will always consider, no. Anyway,
Yes.
you're not an obstructionist. Anything that we always take it well because it's really improved to refine and design and refine and improve the measure that we are trying to pass. So if you want it institutionalized in the proposed bills, and then we will accept, Your Honor, Mr. President.
But there will be some unjustifiable measures which we will block, Mr. President. But this is not one of them. This is actually a good measure. Yung isa, I'm referring to the other one which we fast-tracked, Mr. President. Yun, unjustifiable talaga yun.
But this one is a good bill, as you mentioned,
Yes,
Your
this one's
Honor,
okay.
yesterday, Your Honor.
Pero ingat din po tayo kasi pagdating... Sana. Hindi yun. Yeah. Ingat din po tayo kasi yung track record, yan naman ang nagamit to trap us in one particular election system. Yan ang ginamit eh. I think the track record to have 25%, a similar project involving 25% of the parameters, etc. Nagamit naman sa atin yan to trap us into one particular system. So, ingat-ingat din po tayo kasi parang dito sa Pilipinas, whatever we do, there is always a way to circumvent the spirit or to abuse the letter of the law, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, we will always have a basis, no? That's this legal, technical, and financial track record. So that will, again, as I mentioned earlier during Senator Po's interpellations, based on our investigation, numerous investigations here in the Senate about irregularities, about scams, about entities, no, that enter into contract that have no capability, then we will make sure that those experiences, we will put the necessary safeguards and mechanisms so that we will not commit the same mistake again. And again, compared to the BOT law, we will now include penal provisions that will help prevent abuse of the law, Your Honor.
Apa. And then itong mga financial, legal, and technical capabilities, gawin natin itong must all be determined and must be applied to the proponent itself. Kasi nangyari na naman yan doon naman sa malampaya purchase. Oh, ganun din yun. Meron din kailangan din ng financial, technical, legal, and yet they applied the Department of Energy applied one of the tests not on the proper party but on another party. So we have to find the wording, Mr. President, na lahat ng mga experiences na ito, natuto tayo at gwardyahan na natin sa pananalita mismo ng ating batas, Mr. President.
Yes, you are correct, Your Honor, Mr. President. Due to these investigations, numerous investigations we had, I guess we have found already, we already know, no, those people that are trying to put one over the government. So we have learned again from the past experiences, and the qualification requirements will be stringent and will require due diligence this time, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Gawin natin mga mandatory, Mr. President, mandatory, lagyan natin yung and, hindi or, siguraduhin natin, and also the effect of the non-compliance, gawin natin void, ganon.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. We will accept anything that will really, that will really make sure that we are stringent, no? That this measure will really have the necessary safeguards as what you are been suggesting as well.
Yeah, I believe the Deputy Minority Floor Leader would like to raise some points.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President, and with the indulgence of the good sponsor and the Minority Leader, dagdagan ko lang yung recollection ni Minority Leader dun sa yung isang kaso na it also played in my mind. Sounds familiar, and probably the former chair of the Senate Committee on Energy might recall this also. Kasi inimbestiga po noon ng Energy Committee under the former chair, the good gentleman from Valenzuela, yung bakit nakuha ng isang korporasyon, Udena, yung share sa Malampaya. And according to the former Energy Secretary, they applied that parang three-way test, gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor, financial, legal, and technical. And sabi ni dating Energy Secretary, pumasa daw ang Udena sa legal, pumasa daw ang Udena sa technical, so doon lalong tumaas yung mga kilay namin. Pero inamin ni former Energy Secretary na hindi pumasa ang Udena sa financial, and yet inaward sa kanila. So I guess, Mr. President, I'm just sharing the spirit of the line of questioning of the Minority Leader that we're hoping, since we are of the mind in the minority that this is a good bill, that the bill will compel the authorities to apply this supposedly stricter law strictly, unlike in the former example. Salamat kayo, Mr. President, and to the two gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam.
Ano yung saan hindi ka saan? Okay, pero in-apply sa ibang party na pumasa. Yes, I now remember what happened there in the Malampaya contract, Mr. President, involving the Malampaya shares of a certain corporation. So one party will fail in the financial test, so it was applied on another entity so that it will pass. So ganun po nangyari. So we just have to make sure na hindi po tayo nalalaro ng ganun.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, we'll make sure that the necessary safeguards are in place.
With the permission of...
But before Senator Gatchalian, no, our former committee chair would speak, also the energy sector is deregulated, so the approval of Malampaya did not pass through ICC. So there's a different approval process for energy projects.
Yeah, with the permission of the two gentlemen, we recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just to chime in and join the conversation on that Malampaya approval, what happened is there's a law, PD 87, that governs the transfer of service contracts to new buyers or to potential buyers. And there's a three-way test, as what Senator Riza mentioned earlier: financial, legal, and technical. And there's already to operationalize that, they issued what they call the Department Circular 2007 to clear up on the application of PD 87. So to make the long story short, what happened there is the buyer, which is Udena, was not cannot qualify because of its financial constraint. So what former Secretary Cusi did is he applied the three-way test to two separate companies, and gave him and he gave his approval to transfer those shares to the new buyer. So it doesn't make sense because if you apply a test, you apply it to a single entity. You don't apply a test to two entities because the first entity is not qualified in one of the tests. So that what happened in that transaction. But the downside here, or the problem, Mr. President, is in the law, it's very clear that once the secretary gives its approval, they can already transfer. No? And that's most likely was the rationale of the new buyer to pursue the transaction. So just to join in the conversation about the Malampaya issue.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Gatchalian. No? And likewise, probably, Your Honor, Mr. President, the example of the Malampaya highlights the importance of interagency review, Your Honor, Mr. President. So it really has to we do not have to rely on just one agency because there really is a danger, no, of favoring if there's only one agency or one person who will decide, just in the case of Malampaya. So I think that would highlight the importance of interagency review. That's why we are requiring NEDA and ICC, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So we thank Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Mr. President, for providing us the details of the transaction. I just remember in general terms. Well, the point is, Mr. President, not that Malampaya underwent PPP rules, but since we are incorporating the idea of applying tests, diba, in our improved PPP law. So let's make sure na serious application of the tests and correct application of the tests. That's our point, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, there are two sections which, but there may be more, but we found two sections which are to us worrisome in the sense that this may constitute possible undue delegation of legislative power. And we are referring to Section 7A1, which reads as follows: the NEDA Board ICC shall review the amounts every 3 years after the enactment of this act and may, as necessary, update the amounts based on the cumulative growth of the nominal gross domestic product from the previous year of adjustment as calculated from the official estimates of the Philippine Statistics Authority. And Section 10A, the implementing agency may accept, reject, or convert an unsolicited proposal into a solicited proposal subject to the evaluation of eligibility and merits of the project and other conditions set forth in this section and the IRR. So if we could request the sponsor and his team to revisit the said two sections, because especially yung 10A, parang totally binigay na natin, parang bahala na po kayo on evaluating the eligibility on whether to convert an unsolicited proposal into a solicited proposal. Bahala na kayo sa decision. So it will be found in the IRR. So we have no clue or idea whatsoever, Mr. President, on what would be the standards which will be used. So, nabasa na tayo ng 300 million in 30 years. But now it's too small. Wala na bang iba? Dalawa lang makita natin. Wala na mga pinapasit. Ano ba binigis ni Greg? Meron yung kaya parang everything impression lang mo. Yes. Current ano na. So that's just a request, Mr. President.
Yes, yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. The reason being we want to future-proof the proposed legislation. What happened with the BOT law, Your Honor, Mr. President? After 30 years, we are still stuck with the 300 million threshold. No? So 30 years, nandun pa rin yung threshold natin. And the CPI adjustment is meant to provide an objective measure for adjustment. So that's why we are proposing that there will be an update every 3 years. Review and update every 3 years so that we will be updated with the prevailing circumstances, prevailing situation, so that the prices we can adjust accordingly, Your Honor, Mr. President. So we would want to we wouldn't want to be stuck again for 30 years with just like what happened with the BOT law, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Well, I'm not worried, Mr. President, if we have a senator or a legislator like our sponsor who always looks for those amounts which have been stuck for a long time and he acts on them. So what's the worry, Mr. President? Nothing to worry about. But this will be I think this will be the second set of stuck amounts that the sponsor will
Yes,
now
Your Honor, Mr.
update,
President.
Mr. President. So there's nothing to worry about given the track record of our sponsor, Mr. President. Yung matagal nang nakalimutan ay kinikilusan po niya. And we should give him credit for that, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, before we continue on your other query on the conversion of unsolicited to solicited, no? Based on past experiences, there are projects where there are a lot of interested parties and government will benefit from the competition. So we want to give the implementing agency the option to do a solicited bidding instead of unsolicited, which is more advantageous to the government. So that's what we think that it will be more advantageous.
The conversion is more advantageous to the government.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Okay. Yesterday, Mr. President, the sponsor also told us that a solicited proposal can be converted into an unsolicited one. And we have searched the bill. We cannot find it unless it is a practice, matter of practice. And if it can be explained to us so we can understand. The other way around naman. Tama, no? Hindi natin nahanap na. Wala tayong nahanap na. So, solicited, ginawa niya unsolicited.
To undertake. Kahit na nasa
Unless mali yung para to tapos na to no?
financial.
Ito yung delegation, tapos na to. Ano pa?
PH.
So, pag nasa, saan yung program?
Pwede may proposal. Magiging
May highlight ng
Ano pa na tayo?
Your Honor, Mr. President,
page 5.
solicited proposals are the ones found in the listing of priority measures, no? So if there is an entity or proponent that would want to undertake, then it will become an unsolicited. It will now be classified as an unsolicited program, project, Your Honor, Mr. President. It is not found on the bill because the government is not soliciting unsolicited proposals. What we are saying is that the private sector can always make an offer. So kung, for example, it's in the listing, if it's in the listing of priority projects, that is considered solicited proposals. But if a private entity would want to undertake, for example, the project is not moving, but if a private entity would want to undertake, then he can do so. Then that becomes an unsolicited proposal, Your Honor, Mr. President. But there are certain.
No, but Mr. President, so as not to complicate the question, yun lang yun. I'm just asking for clarification on one particular statement that a solicited proposal can be converted into an unsolicited proposal.
May gusto mo lang bigay.
Kung wala pong concept na gano'n, na maintindihan naman po namin eh.
Pero wala pa naman.
Mas lalo namin hindi naintindihan kung meron kasing ganun na concept, Mr. President. Hirap eh. Ano ba sabi niya? Solicited?
Your Honor, Mr. President, it's found in the section 10B, the limitations. If I may read, unsolicited proposals may be allowed for projects in the list of PPP projects subject to the procedures and conditions set forth in this section and the IRR of this Act, Your Honor.
Yes, that's unsolicited. We have no problem understanding ko an unsolicited
Yung
proposal being
conversion.
converted into a solicited proposal because according to our sponsor, that would actually be more advantageous, the conversion for the government kasi may competitive bidding na from the very start, di ba? Competitive process na from the very start.
Yes, Your
We're
Honor.
just pursuing this statement yesterday. Is that a correct statement? That
Your Honor, Mr. President, those in the priority list, as I mentioned earlier, those are what we considered as solicited proposals, Your Honor, Mr. President. So,
is that compliant with our definition of a solicited proposal? Meron kasing definition which we read yesterday, Mr. President. Definition of terms. Page 6, line 13, which is subparagraph U. Solicited proposal refers to a submission by the private proponent to bid for a PPP project through open, fair, transparent, and competitive public bidding initiated, andun yung word by the implementing agency subject to Section 9 of this Act. So, mere listing, I don't think makes the project solicited. The implementing agency must act on its list and then initiate the submission of bids. Hindi ko naintindihan ba? Bakit ba nila gusto read together? Meron ba talaga? Sa identification of PPP. Naisip. List of people such as from out of nowhere.
Your Honor, Mr. President, I think it has to be read together. If I may read Section 6, identification of PPP projects. Section 6. Implementing agencies shall include in their development plans, strategies, and investment programs those PPP projects that they are to undertake. In identifying those projects, the implementing agency shall be guided by the following principles: effectiveness in meeting government objectives, appropriateness of the chosen procurement modality and source of funding, value for money, accountability and transparency, consumer rights, affordability, and public access, safety and security. All PPP projects shall be consistent and responsive to national, local, and sectoral development and investment plans. So those are the solicited proposals, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay, but at any rate, Mr. President, when we define solicited proposal, we go to that section defining solicited proposal, not to any other section. Anyway, Mr. President,
Your Honor,
we will discuss it with my staff if we
Yes, Your Honor.
understand how a solicited proposal can be converted into an unsolicited proposal.
well, we just improve on the language, Your Honor, Mr. President. But again, the idea being is that, again, those solicited proposals, again, in the list of priority projects, just in case the government doesn't have the financial capability because of the low fiscal space that we have, and somebody, a proponent, would want to undertake the projects, then it is possible, Your Honor, Mr. President. But again, we will submit also any any improvement or any suggestion from the minority leader, no, will be welcome.
Okay, anyway, Mr. President, I will, this is my understanding lang, Mr. President. No need to react, but you can correct me if I am wrong. There is a list of priority projects.
Yes.
It will be now known to the public. But for the implementing agency which listed those projects to act on them, it needs to initiate the solicitation of proposals. Tama? Okay, so okay.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, I understand. I understand now, Mr. President, better. And then yesterday, Mr. President, we mentioned the Maharlika Investment Corporation. And then, was it stated by the sponsor that if the Maharlika Investment Corporation should participate in PPP projects, it would be treated as the private proponent, Mr. President?
It can be. Not the proposal. Not the proposal.
Although pwede ang GOC.
Hindi sila pwedeng proponent.
Ano, may prohibition mismo sa din?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the Maharlika fund can be invested in a PPP project, but they cannot be the proponent because they do not have the capacity, to undertake a project. They can only enter the consortium as an equity investor, so they cannot be the proponent, Your Honor, Mr. President.
It could be a joint venture. The proponent could be a joint venture where Maharlika is a JV partner and the partner has the capacity to construct or to undertake. Pwede yan?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, as I mentioned, they can be part of the consortium, but their role will be only legated to as an investor because as we have discussing, we want to make sure that the proponents of PPP projects must have the capability and technical know-how to undertake such big projects, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So at any rate, Mr. President, hindi pa naman up and running itong Maharlika Investment Corporation. Tingnan natin kung anong mga kilos po nito. No, ang hope ng minority sana maunahan ng PPP law bago maging functioning ang Maharlika, pero diba, my questioning yesterday was that, in my opinion, this PPP Act will really render that Maharlika Investment Corporation redundancy, a surplusage, an entity which is not needed anymore, Mr. President. But if I may get the position or sentiment of the sponsor on that matter.
Your Honor, Mr. President, probably the Maharlika Investment Fund and the PPP measure, if passed, can be complementary, no? But I am more confident with the PPP measure as we have already the track record of success. But this is based on the old BOT law. But this one, we will now be enhancing, improving, and refining to put the necessary safeguards, and that's why I am more confident with this bill that this will be really be able to help in our economic development through the especially in the infrastructure development, as we have been discussing the success stories of unsolicited proposals. There are unsolicited proposals that have been success stories. So I think that we can bank on this track record already, but with the refinements and improvements that we are also doing, so I'm quite confident. So if the minority leader is as what you said, we're hoping that this can be passed right away so that, you know, it can overtake. And if you have doubts with the Maharlikas, then we will make sure that the PPP will be there to improve and help in our infrastructure development that would stimulate economic growth, Your Honor.
Or to render it insignificant, Mr. President.
Well, that came from you, Your Honor, Mr. President, but I think they can be complementary. But again, going back, I think I am more confident with this because given the track record already that
Sige po.
the BOT law has had, and I think this is more refined and this will have more safeguards, Your Honor.
Do not worry, Mr. President. Our sponsor should not worry because we have around more than 10 more session days before our break, and I think with the new strategy we are implementing, we'll be able to pass this and to pass siguro an improved version, Mr. President. Baka may mga minor oversights or whatever we can plug
Yes,
them.
Your Honor, we will always be welcome. We will always be considering all of these improvements. No, Your Honor, that's the beauty of being in the Senate, Your Honor. Before we pass the measure, we make sure that it really underwent intense scrutiny, especially from the minority who are really always there. And we always take, as I mentioned, always to Senator Risa, that's the beauty of the Senate. We often cross party lines, no, for the improvement of measures that are really intended to improve the quality of the lives of our people, Your Honor.
Mr. President, on another topic na po, no, on page 12, lines 25 to 28, this is about the failure to achieve financial close within such period shall be subject to penalties to be provided for in the signed contract, provided that such failure to achieve financial close is not due to the fault of the government. May we be enlightened on what is this concept of financial close? And then this sentence provides that the failure to achieve financial close must be due to the private proponent. So the question is, how come the effect is not the rescission or cancellation of the contract, Mr. President? The financial close na po.
Your Honor, as we have been discussing earlier, past experiences, investigations that we had in the Senate, is helping us shape this measure, Your Honor. And in the past, there are many PPP projects that got approved because of relationships, Your Honor. Only to find out that the contract is not bankable. And probably that's the Malampaya experience. No? We can relate. So to this day, there are active contracts that have not been implemented and the government is held hostage, Your Honor. So hopefully we can do with that. With that.
Is that a technical term, financial close? In the world of, it is a technical term in the world of finance?
Yes, Your Honor. It's in the world of finance. So,
but it's not,
so that's why we require a financial
but
close.
it's not in our definition of terms. So, kung pwede, we can, if
Yes,
we
Your
can
Honor.
improve the bill kasi
We will
not-
include it, Your Honor.
not all of us will be able to immediately understand
Understand,
what is a financial close.
Definition of terms, Your Honor. We will include.
And is that a big deal? If you cannot achieve financial close?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a big deal.
And then the one who guarantees or who claims that he can achieve financial close is the private proponent.
Yes, Your Honor.
And if he cannot achieve that, didn't the private proponent kind of mislead the implementing agency?
Yes, Your Honor. That,
Okay.
ang ano doon, Your Honor, in layman's terms, parang show money. Pakita muna kung kaya mo. So that's the only time that we will see that they have the financial capability indeed to undertake the project, Your Honor.
How come we are not providing for the a severe consequence of the failure of the proponent to achieve the financial close that it initially claimed that it can? Meron akong footnote. Na research. Pero walang sasabihin. Kailangan i-ano siya sabihin. Technical.
Wait, Your Honor, we're just looking at that. I think it's included in the one of the sections.
Sige po, if you can point out to us the section.
Cancellation. Yes. And in second. Ayun yung. Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our finance people here, there is significant consequence, no?
Yes.
Number one, cancellation of the contract. So that and the confiscation of bid security. So that's quite a big
Where
amount.
is it found, Mr. President? What section? What page? Because what I read is found on page 12, line 25. Failure to achieve financial close within such period shall be subject to penalties to be provided for in the signed contract. So pwedeng maging liberal si implementing agency. Akala ko ba critical si financial close? Dapat critical din yung or severe din yung consequence, Mr. President.
But we can specify.
So based now, it's based on
Marami pa mga technical terms din nila. Sana
nakalagay sa
ba?
ito kasi hindi po.
Hindi nyo lang na in-assume nila alam nyo yung meaning.
Your Honor, Mr. President, in Section 21, the contract termination, all the consequences will be found here. And right now, this is the standard in all current contracts. Section 21 provides the effects of contract termination. But Your Honor, Mr. President, we can further clarify and specify any suggestions from you so that it will be more definite, Your Honor. So we can specify, Your Honor.
Sige po, since it's a technical term, we first of all define it so that we will appreciate how critical it is, how important it is.
That's correct.
Diba? So then we will now determine the consequence
The consequences, Your Honor.
of failing to
achieve.
failing to achieve what you warranted
Yes, Your
that you could do.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So,
that's correct.
Sige po, siguro gawin na po natin yan by tomorrow, if you could have the definition.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll take note of that, Your Honor. Mr. President.
So siya nag-fail siya. And then, okay, since we are in the definition of terms, we also encountered a term, Mr. President, which I think is quite technical and it's not in the definition of terms. Ano yung number? This one, on page 33, lines 28 to 30. Ito pong land value capture strategies. Ano pong ibig sabihin po nito? Is this also a technical term? or concept, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, it is a technical term. So land value capture is set of mechanisms used to monetize the increase in land values that arise in the catchment area of public infrastructure projects. So in the proposed bill, Your Honor, Mr. President, PPP project design shall consider adopting land value capture strategies to optimize the financial and economic value of the PPP project. For example, in rail PPP projects, a possible model is when the implementing agency or transit operator grants or sells commercial development rights in rail stations or properties along the railway to provide to private developers. So bringing large number of commuters to a new rail station creates opportunities for retail and commercial development. And it is reasonable to consider the value under, over, and surrounding the new asset. So by selling rights, profit sharing, creating a joint venture, establishing a PPP contract, depending on the government's risk appetite and available funding, the implementing agency will recoup much of the cost of the new infrastructure. So, Your Honor, Mr. President, probably if you can go to other places that which have existing railway, for example, mga subway system that like the MTR in Hong Kong, a railway station is like is really a mini commercial. It's a commercial center also. No? So there are a lot of shops and other rentable spaces and leasable spaces. So I think that's what this land value capture is all about, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So thank you, Mr. President. So just a suggestion, if you could also include it in the definition of terms.
Yes, Your Honor. We will.
Mukhang kaya naman
We'll take note of that.
i-define po. No need to enumerate the examples in the definition of terms, but I think we can do it, Mr. President. Financial close tapos na. Okay. So the paragraph, ano yung financial pa? Page 12. No. Natanong ko ba? On page 12, Mr. President, just on the paragraph after the paragraph which mentions financial close. Line 29, page 12. Any change in control of the private proponent or composition of the consortium shall be allowed, subject to the rules set forth in the IRR of this act. So maybe another potential undue delegation. And then the last phrase is provided that the private proponent or consortium has equal or better qualifications. Is there something missing in the proviso? Ano ba yun? Who has equal or better qualifications? The one gaining control? And then the next question is, who will determine if it has equal or better qualifications? And then number 3, what are those? What will we look for to come up with the conclusion that the new entity in control has equal or better qualifications?
I honor, Mr. President, to address the confusion. We have, in fact, an amendment. If I may read, any substitution, the composition of the pre-qualified private component shall be allowed prior to bid submission, subject to rules set forth in the IRR of this act. So provided that the substitute has equal or better qualifications, Your Honor. So this is the amendment that we want to propose, not to clarify the control, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Dito ba? Okay, so at least we have already seen that there's something wrong with the anong tawag ng phraseology, Mr. President, or how it is presented. Okay. Yung mga rules po, I think we touched on this yesterday, yung mga default rules natin na yung 100 ba yung 150 days that proposal approval on si implementing agency o si approving. The rule yesterday, which we discussed yesterday, is that after the period for the approving body to review the proposal has lapsed and no action is taken, the proposal shall be deemed approved. Why are we taking that position, Mr. President? Why not take the position that it is deemed disapproved? And then ano yung isa? Yung unsolicited disapprove. Okay, pag unsolicited para sa days,
Avoid delays pa. No.
Itong 150 is implementing agency o sa approving body?
Your Honor, that's what we want, no? To avoid inaction. That's why we have included that in case everything is submitted, no? And within 150 days, then there has to be a decision whether to approve or disapprove projects, because we would want to take it already to the next level, Your Honor, Mr. President, no? We think that we have lagged behind already compared to our neighbors, so we want to hasten everything. So a project is, we want to avoid inaction, number one. And if the project is disadvantageous to the government officials take the risk of the penal provisions, Your Honor, that we want to include in this measure, Your Honor.
And then we also have a provision that no court except the Supreme Court can issue a temporary restraining order or other court processes against the continuance of the project, Mr. President. So we have elements in the bill which ensure the approval and the continuation of the project, Mr. President. Sinama na natin si approving body, and then si court, bawal mag-interfere. Is this the policy that we want, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, you're correct. It's the Supreme Court that can only issue the TRO, because we know for a fact, no, I don't say this, but there are TROs for sale. So it would further delay and hamper big ticket items. No? Pag mayroong mga losing bidders, for example, magpa-file lang yan sa lower courts, then they will be able to secure a TRO, and it will delay the whole project, and it to the disadvantage of everyone. No? Especially, again, we are trying to play catch up with our ASEAN neighbors. Talo na nga tayo sa foreign investments, and I think because of two reasons, because of our high cost of energy, and second, because of our poor infrastructure. So that's why we would want that's why it is also found in the law that only the Supreme Court can issue TROs, Your Honor, Mr. President. And likewise, if I may add also, it's already found in RA 8975. We also had entitled an act to ensure expeditious implementation and completion of government infrastructure project by prohibiting lower courts from issuing temporary restraining orders. So we also have bad experience in the past where, as I mentioned, there are parties who will purposely delay projects and ask other bidders to pay more, to remove delays, Your Honor.
Sige po. Sa aming pag-aaral nga ng panukalang ito, yan din ang nasagot sa akin na ang TRO daw ay nabibili, nababayaran.
That is correct.
Ang counter ko member of the judiciary na yung sinasabi niyong nababayaran. Paano pala ang approval? Di pwede rin mabayaran, Mr. President. So the other way around, ganun din. So, and yet, we will now prevent the parang slowing down of the process so that it can be double-checked by an independent, uninterested, objective third party, Mr. President. So, di ba? Kasi if we have that assumption, ganun din, even the approval depende rin pong nabili o nabayaran. But at any rate, Mr. President, that is the policy contained in the measure na pabilisin talaga ang okay, smoothen the implementation and pabilisin.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And then just the last few items, Mr. President. We encountered this PPP unit. Why is this necessary, Mr. President? Hindi ba parang we already have the PPP center, and yet we want each. What is our aspiration that each government agency and LGU and SUC ba kasama, and SUCs would form a PPP unit, Mr. President?
Pag merong proponent, dapat may for the agency. Each agency will have their PPP units.
Yung fund siguro, hindi na tanong yun, saan program naman, or ano tawag doon?
So each IA, implementing agency will have their own PPP focus on PPP.
There is a just in me.
Tapos kayo na lang supplement.
Kasi nandun.
Your Honor, Mr. President, we are encouraging PPP units in implementing agencies so that they can focus on processing PPP projects assigned that would fall under their agency. And this group can build capacity and expertise on PPPs. But the PPP Center, on the other hand, will help to capacitate the PPP units, Your Honor, Mr. President. So it is recommended that each implementing agencies will have their own PPP units.
Will this have no budgetary implication on the agencies? Tapos lahat po ito, no? We will encourage all to have PPP units, or only if you have submitted some of the projects under the PPP listing, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the establishment of the PPP units in implementing agencies is not mandatory under the PPP Act. Just in case the head of implementing agencies chooses to create a PPP unit, then there are options that are provided. If I may just enumerate, number one, a standalone PPP unit within the bureaucracy may be established. Number two, an ad hoc body may be created, and third, the responsibility may be assigned to an appropriate unit to act as the PPP unit of the agency. Your Honor.
Thank you for that response, Mr. President. And the bill mentions a facility and then also a fund. The facility is also a fund, if I remember correctly. So what is the name of that facility? The technical name, Mr. President, I forgot. And then okay, the bill mentions a project development and monitoring facility, which is, in my opinion, also a fund. And then we also have a risk management fund. Can we be clarified as to the difference between the two and what are their purposes, Mr. President?
Okay.
Magkano kaya ito? Magkano kaya? Yung PDMF, nakikita sa GAA yan.
Your Honor, the PDMF, or the Project Development and Monitoring Facility, is a revolving fund used for the procurement of advisory and support services related to the preparation, structuring, project evaluation, procurement, probity management, financial close, and monitoring of implementation of PPP projects. The Risk Management Fund is established to help pay for contingent liabilities that may arise from PPP projects. For example, when the government loses in arbitration. So the national government can use the risk management fund to pay the damages, Your Honor.
Ito pong project development and monitoring facility is already an existing facility or fund. Mayroon na po itong balance and may we know the balance? Balance ba? At
Yes.
saka saan galing ang mga halagang napunta po sa revolving fund?
Yes, Your Honor, it's an existing facility. We'll just get that the other data, Your Honor, if you may indulge.
Balikan na lang po natin.
Balikan na lang po natin.
Itong next ko po tanong, itong risk management fund, may napansin kami sa 2023 ba? Meron na? Sa 2023 budget, meron yata sa unprogram funds, may 1 billion risk management fund doon. Ito po ba yon?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. That's
So that's a PPP limited to answer for liabilities arising out of PPP projects.
yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. It's already existing, and it's for PPP projects under the
National government PPPs.
national government PPPs, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yes, national government. Also, okay. But this is now the framework law. If this bill becomes law, will this risk management fund also answer for non-national government PPPs? Otherwise, magkakagulo kung hindi ba may iba pang fund.
So with this, ipapipe nila ginawa natin.
Pero
So now, it's not.
gusto niyo, framework law ito. Pero pag may limit sa national government.
At present. At present, yes. But we will institutionalize. Your Honor, Mr. President, the risk management fund was formed by the DPCC, no? So that in case there will be it will serve as a contingent liability, just in case there are arbitration or any unforeseen expenses. Then there will be a fund that will be available. So, but we hope to institutionalize this. So this is not part of the BOT law, Your Honor. So we would want to include it in the measure. It was formed by the DBCC, so that it would be able to get a fund, no, that for contingent liabilities. Kumbaga para may pagkukunan siyang funds in case there will be contingent liabilities, Your Honor. So if
Yes,
you can.
thank you, Mr. President. Ande, we're just informing the sponsor and the body that wala pa nga itong batas na ito. We already have
Risk management.
a program fund for
Yes, that's correct.
2023 risk management fund 1 billion. Napansin din namin for 2024, the same, nasa unprogram fund, risk management fund 1 billion. Okay, so
Yes, that is correct,
okay
Your
po yung sagot kanina na this will now answer for liabilities arising out of national government PPPs. But then, we have been led to believe that this is now going to be the framework law for all kinds of PPPs. Tama, including LGUs, SUCs. So how about liabilities arising out of LGU PPPs and SUC PPPs? Pwede ba nilang takbuhan din itong fund na ito?
Hindi dito, not yun.
National government.
Not this. It's for national.
Hindi, kasi wala pa itong law na ito. Pero sabi ko kasi
Hindi,
magbabago.
itong ang inaano nga niya itong risk management fund. So it cannot be used for
Wala din sir.
LGU.
So, yung pagpipilipinas, they can follow
Your Honor, Mr. President, this risk management fund formed by the DBCC, you're correct, it's in the unprogrammed fund, and we would want to institutionalize it. It will only be applicable to PPP projects of the national government. But in case of the local PPP projects, a similar PPP risk management fund may be established by the LGUs as well. So this particular risk management fund will only be for national government PPP projects, Your Honor. But the LGUs can also establish a similar risk management fund for their own PPP projects, Your Honor.
Okay, yes. Sa ngayon, Mr. President, sa special provisions, klaro kasi wala pa naman tong batas na ito eh. Pero is it possible kung maging batas na ito, since this is the one framework law that we want to govern all PPPs. Yan ang, akala ko yun yung plano natin eh. That's why nasa repealing clause nga natin, we're repealing the PPP codes of LGUs eh. So is it possible? Is it legally tenable to allow LGUs and SUCs and all of those having PPP projects to also access the risk management fund that we will set aside in the 2024 budget, Mr. President?
Yes.
Bakit naman dito? Bakit naman pagbabawal? Di ba? Nag-ambisyon tayo ng isang
So it will be
one
applicable.
framework law. National government ang nag-decide.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the DOF, yes, it can be applicable, no? For all PPP projects. But again, going back to the LGU PPPs, just like any insurance, they can they can contribute to the fund, just like any insurance, no? They can contribute to the fund, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay, because meron nga okay, sa current year meron na siyang 1 billion eh, pero nasaan program nga lang. Who manages that fund, Mr. President?
Your Honor, it's been managed by the Treasury Department, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so should there be disbursements pursuant to or charged to the fund, it will be the BTR which will decide the disbursement? Parang. Sige, technical working group. Tutuloy pa ba tayo sa mental health mo?
Composed of PPP sample, CPM, POM.
Your Honor, at present, there is an interagency technical working group composed of Bureau of Treasury, DOF, DBM, and the PPP Center. So it's an interagency technical working group that that monitors or watches out for the contingent liabilities, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Now, who can authorize the release and charge it to the fund, to the risk management fund? Let's assume na meron tayong liability, natalo tayo. So,
DBCC.
Your Honor, Mr. President, it's the DBCC who will have the oversight, Your Honor. DBCC.
but well, anyway, at any rate, we can ask that during the budget process. Siguro who can actually order the release of an amount from that fund. But from the knowledge of our sponsor, Mr. President, nagkaroon na ba ng ruling which anong tawag doon? Which made us liable under a PPP project, then chargeable to the fund? Wala pa.
Your Honor, according to our backstop, the fund has never been used as of this time.
Okay. But of course, we don't mind it being used. Sana hindi nga magamit, but it's there just in case na. Okay, Papa.
Yes, we're hoping that it
Okay.
will be used. Going back to your earlier
Yes.
query, we already have the figures for the PDMF contributions. It's 6.1 billion pesos, Your Honor. Yung po PDMF contributions, it's 6.1 billion.
Malaki po, malaking halaga.
Yes, Your Honor. The Project Development Monitoring Facility.
Who can authorize expenses charged to the facility? 6 billion, malaki rin, no? 6 billion.
Hindi pa may na rin.
6.1 billion, I note.
So,
Okay,
agency,
you can authorize release.
yes, they approved.
Your Honor, the ones who can approve of the PDMF project development and monitoring facility are the NEDA, Department of Finance, Department of Budget Management, and a representative of the PPP Center. So that's the PDMF committee. Composed of NEDA, DOF, DBM, and the PPP Center, Your Honor.
Has the facility ever been used, Mr. President?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Laki-laki,
It has been used since 2010 and
Okay, but it has accumulated a large amount, Mr. President. So
that's why we're,
mabuti, it's been used judiciously, Mr. President.
yes, LGUs, GOCCs, SUCs can tap the fund by applying for it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ito, Mr. President, talagang last question na, Mr. President. Last na talaga. Last na, Mr. President. Is there any interested party who manifested any kind of objection or opposition to our proposed PPP Act?
So they want their own yeah, just
Meron.
actually then entities bawasan ng too much flexibility.
Entities like BCDA would want their own.
Kung gagawin na lang natin, upuan na lang yung review tapos natin case na.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, there are entities that would think who would think that the PPP measure would limit their flexibility, and there are certain parties who have expressed preferring to have their own PPP guidelines. Just for example, BCDA, since they have been entering into programs in the past, they would want to be exempted from the PPP measure that we are trying to pass. But we would want to have a unified framework, Your Honor, because as we mentioned, as we have been discussing, the technical capability and capacity that we have through the PPP Center, we would want to be able to at least be able to help and any projects that other agencies like a BCDA would want to go into, Your Honor. So there are certain agencies and entities that are also not in favor of the PPP measure, Your Honor.
Yeah, specifically BCDA and our version does not grant the request of BCDA to not be covered by the law. So
Yes,
covered po siya.
because it will be a bad precedent, Your Honor, Mr. President. Other agencies or other GOCs might say, well, how come BCDA is exempted? So we would want a universal framework for
Yes.
for all agencies, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yeah, just pursuant to our objective na to be the one legal framework for all PPP projects.
That is correct.
But there is a BCDA specific law, I think, creating BCDA. So if this is affected, has this been mentioned in our repealing clause?
Certain portions.
Mabuti ata eh. Hindi, di ba? Wala.
Item JD guidelines by GOCCs.
Ito yung letter.
So ito yung validity ng PPP. Ito na. Your Honor, Mr. President, what would be applicable for to BCDA is the joint venture guidelines issued by GOCCs and other
Yun na nga, oh.
government agencies, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Hindi siya
So, it shall be repealed by this act, Your Honor. Yung mga GV guidelines.
Oo nga, pero NEDA, ibang NEDA. Saan ba si NEDA?
Tayo sa language.
Dito siya sa tayo.
Ito to. Your Honor, if I may add also, we have proposed amendment and refinement on letter J, item J, specific provisions in the special charters of GOCCs and other government agencies that allow the issuance of guidelines governing partnerships between government and private sector for the financing, designing, constructing, operating, and maintaining or any combination thereof of infrastructure or development projects outside of Republic Act number 9184.
Sige po, Mr. President. Anyway, we will still have to go through the measure as proposed to be amended by our sponsor, no? Through his individual amendments. Ang napapansin lang po namin is parang wholesale repeal of all laws on a certain subject matter. So maybe we can ask the help of the lawyers of the DOF and the lawyers of the staff of the sponsor to think about it, Mr. President, if we can do it that way effectively. Kasi we can pass it, phrase that way, but it might be sooner or later declared ambiguous or vague and hence unconstitutional, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I think siguro we still need to do a lot of work on the bill, not because there's something wrong with the concept. We approve the concept, but we want to make the bill really work, and then take into account our sad experiences, bad experiences, and making sure na this law will not be used to repeat those instances of weaknesses in our systems and in our laws, Mr. President, where some people have been able to take advantage of the said weaknesses and loopholes. So let's learn from our experiences and then let this law be the one which will prevent similar experiences, bad experiences in the future, Mr. President. So thank you for the patience, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Not only of the sponsor, but also of everybody else, Mr. President. And congratulations to our sponsor.
Thank you.
Diligently sponsoring gamitin ko na lang yung favorite adjective niyo po, a good bill, a good measure, timely,
A good one,
timely, and which
by the good one.
ano tawag?
A good one by the good one.
And which updates stock figures, Mr. President. That has become already the area of expertise of our sponsor.
Thank you, the minority leader. We appreciate all your interventions, Your Honor, and I think it will. We will take note of all your suggestions, Your Honor, and hopefully.
And this measure, Mr. Sponsor, this measure will enhance the investments in our country. And we thank our Minority Floor Leader for all the quality inputs that you have come in the discussions with. And hopefully we'll come up with proper amendments to improve the version that is set forth by the committee report. So thank you also to the sponsor for your diligence and hard work.
Thank you also, Mr. President,
Thank
for the trust and confidence. Even though I was not the one who really heard this measure, but thank you for your trust that hopefully we'll be able to hurdle.
I knew it, that you will be able to do well. Very good, good one. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, this juncture I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2233. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we will continue the deliberation tomorrow. We only have one more interpolator,
Interpolator.
Mr. President.
Then
And
we can also ask our colleagues to prepare the amendments already, so we can
Yes.
slowly do it. We don't have to finish it on second reading tomorrow, but we could try to make start the period of amendments.
it's a good reminder, Mr. President, to remind our colleagues of their
Amendments. I believe
amendments.
Senator Grace, Senator
Yes.
Pia, of course, the minority leader, and I'm sure the deputy minority
Yes.
leader also have some amendments that they want to propose.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Oh, yes, there be no objection. The secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 9 August 2023, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 8247, creating 4 additional RTCs, 4th Judicial Region, Calawag, Quezon.
Maybe to speed up the process,
8248,
yes, secretary, to just shorten the short titles of the matter.
yes, sir. 8248, 2 additional RTCs and MTCs, Pagadian. 8249, 10 additional RTCs, 8 additional MTCs, 4 Judicial Region, Antipolo. 8250, 2 additional RTCs, 11 Judicial Region, Samal, Panabo, Davao del Norte. 8251, 4 additional RTCs, 4 additional MTCCs, Ormoc, Leyte. 8252, 2 additional RTCs, 12 Judicial Region, Tubod, Lanao del Norte. 8253, 1 additional MTCC, Malay-Balay, Bukidnon. 8254, 5 additional RTCs, Rosario and San Juan, Batangas. 8255, 2 additional MTCCs, Bacolod. 8256, 3 additional RTCs and 2 additional MTCCs, Navotas. 8257, 2 additional Sharia Judicial Districts, NCR and Central Visayas Region. 8258, 3 additional MTCC, San Carlos, Pangasinan. 8259, creating RTCs and MTCs in the NCR, City of San Juan. 8260, 2 additional RTCs, Gingoog, Misamis Oriental. Justice.
Yes, before I refer to Committee on Justice, I hope that the committee chairman will check if we have budgets for this, because in one town, there are 10 MTCs and 10 RTCs, 8 RTCs. Oo, baka walang budget yun. That's why it's good that we refer to the Committees on Justice, Human Rights, and Finance.
House number 8399, separating the San Pablo National High School, Sacbulan Extension, Barangay Sacbulan, San Pablo, Zamboanga del Sur.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Finance.
8200, penalizing the smuggling of foreign currency, other monetary instruments in bulk, in or out of the Philippines.
Committees on Banks and Financial Institutions.
8349, mandating the inclusion and representation of non-academic and non-teaching personnel in the governing boards of all SUCs, amending RA 8292.
Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education, yes. And I just want to make sure that I said it right. On House Bill number 8399, Committees on Basic Education and Finance, yes.
Okay.
Please proceed.
8392, standardizing the retirement benefits of justices, judges, and judiciary officials conferred with judicial ranks, salary, and privileges, appropriating funds, amending for the purpose RA 910 as amended.
Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorg, Justice, Human Rights, and Finance.
8461, strengthening the National Health Program for senior citizens, amending RA 7432.
Committees on Social Justice, Health, and Demography.
8500, regulating the planning, design, construction, occupancy, maintenance, and demolition of buildings, promoting building resilience against earthquake, fire, flood, landslide, storm, volcanic eruption, and multiple hazards within an all-hazards approach to resilience, enacting a new Philippine Building Act, repealing RA 6541.
Committees on Public Works and Finance.
8520, creating mandatory positions for a human resource management officer for municipalities, cities, and provinces, and a business permit and licensing officer for municipalities and cities, prescribing their qualifications, amending for the purpose Sections 443, 454, 463 of RA 72160.
These are local government, civil service, and professional regulation.
And House Number 8569, mandating the submission of a tree planting plan as a requirement in the application for building permits.
Peace and Environment, Natural Resources, and Local Government. Majority Leader.
The President can ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Yes,
a minute
suspended for 1 minute.
Para Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2200 under Committee Report number 66. This pertains to the Basic Education Mental Health and Well-Being Promotion Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellations and debate. On that note, I move that we resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Basic Education, Senator Win Gatchalian, and to continue his interpellation, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, the third, our minority leader.
Our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Gatchalian, is recognized, and to sponsor our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, I'll just continue with my interpellation.
Yes, Mr. President.
We finished the bulk of the questions already yesterday, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for, and I'm ready to receive questions from the good minority leader.
So, Mr. President, we have an alternative learning system, and we have students under the ALS.
Yes, Mr. President.
Will they be also be benefited by this act, Mr. President?
But Mr. President, the alternative learning system is under the basic education, and we also explicitly identified the alternative learning system to be included here in this measure, Mr. President.
Where is it, Mr. President?
In section 4, Mr. President.
Children in special cases under the styles.
Yan pala eh. Okay, so, section 4. Okay, yes. Now, since they are also covered, Mr. President, where is their care center located, Mr. President? Or to which care center should they go?
Well, Mr. President, in practice, the alternative learning system can be implemented inside the schools. If the barangay halls allow them to use the barangay halls, they can also be implemented in barangay halls. So the care center for alternative learning system students will be accessible in schools, Mr. President. So in short, the students can go to the schools since they're already being taught there and have access to the mental health services inside the care centers, inside the schools, Mr. President. So in short, it's inside the schools.
So the students under the ALS are counted as students of a particular school. Ganun po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. President. That's how they implement it. Because when they, when I was a mayor, Mr. President, the what they call the instructors, the ALS instructors, are actually hired by the superintendent. And the superintendent allocates the instructors depending on the number of students in a particular school, Mr. President. So, of course, the local governments can also fund these instructors, but the funding, so there are two sources of funds. No? It can come from the DepEd, it can come from the local government. In the DepEd, it's the principal as well as the superintendents who chooses the instructors and allocates the instructors depending on where the need is.
Because in the news recently, Mr. President, parang there were some inmates in the Cebu City Jail who graduated under the ALS, Mr. President. So,
Yeah.
are they also supposed to have access to a care center assigned to their school, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President, because the scope of this law is for children, meaning below 18, Mr. President. So if they are, because we have out students who are adults also.
Yes.
So they won't be covered by this law, Mr. President. The adults will be covered by the mental health, the general mental health law, Mr. President.
Yeah, but the care centers established by this bill, Mr. President, we already established yesterday are available also to the adults, like the teachers,
For-
the non-teaching
yeah.
staff, etc. So,
For teachers, for teaching
so
and
why,
non-teaching.
why all of a sudden we will have difficulty in treating the students, basic education learners who are already of age of majority, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, the focus of this bill is for students, primarily students going into our school system, Mr. President. And technically, ALS is an informal approach or informal method of education, Mr. President. And some of them are, like I said, some of them are being taught in barangay halls, some of them are being taught in city hall. Like in Valenzuela, I recall we used the barangay hall as an additional facility. So it's outside the jurisdiction of the principal, Mr. President. So we deemed it necessary to just limit the scope to those students that go into our school system so that we will have certain level of supervision on those students, Mr. President.
If that is the case, Mr. President, what is the meaning of the first paragraph of Section 4 found on page 3, Mr. President? The school-based mental health program is hereby institutionalized to promote and ensure the mental health and well-being of all learners in all public and private basic education schools, including out-of-school children in special cases as defined under RA 11510, otherwise known as the Alternative Learning System Act.
Yeah.
So they are intended to be covered, Mr. President.
The children, Mr. President. So those who are below 18, for example, they're 10 years old and they dropped out of school and they went back to education through the ALT system. Those children will be covered, Mr. President. But you pointed out correctly, Mr. President, that the goal of the bill is school-based mental health, so that we limit the scope to school-based mental health program, so that the children or the learners who are going into our system are the ones primarily will be catered by this bill.
Oo nga, I know that, Mr. President. Although, sabi nga natin, open din sila to the adults working or reporting to that particular school. So,
Yeah. But
so how about an adult under the ALS, Mr. President, who is still in basic education? So let us not disqualify that adult, Mr. President.
But Mr. President, the adults going, taking up ALS will be covered by our general mental health law, Mr. President. Because some of them are already working, some of them are beyond the supervision of our principals. If you go through the bill, Mr. President, family and community plays a very important role also in the prevention of mental health. And that's within the ambit of a school principal to organize family intervention programs, family prevention programs, and this type of programs, Mr. President. So if we add adults, Mr. President, it's the scope will be bigger, and it will not fall within the ambit of a school principal, and we might not have the principal might not have full view of those clients because they're not in the school system, Mr. President. So that's the reason why we limited to school-based. The word school-based is very important, Mr. President, because that limits the scope of this bill to learners going into our school system.
Are out-of-school children school-based, Mr. President?
They're not school-based
And yet
But-
they're included.
because they're children, Mr. President. So we want to pay special attention to those children, Mr. President, that goes into that ALS.
So yes, so we are hardline or strict on not on the being school-based, but on being children. That is the
Yes,
that is
Mr.
the-
President, that is the
I-
intention, Mr. President.
And yet our care centers, which we will establish here, are competent to also entertain and process the mental health issues of adults. We established that yesterday, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
And who are these adults? Teaching, non-teaching staffs, maybe security guards of the school, Mr. President.
Yes, teaching, non-teaching staff, Mr. President, and if you also look at line 28, the scope will be page 3, line 28. The scope will be in the realm of programs, mental health awareness programs, literacy, and referrals, Mr. President. So it's also limited in terms of what the care center can provide the teaching and non-teaching staff, Mr. President.
Which we can, if that is the case, we can extend to the adult, to the adult under the ALS. So is the sponsor really taking a hardline stand on that issue, Mr. President, of extending the benefits of the care centers to adults who are under the ALS?
I see the point of the good minority leader, Mr. President, that the care center is capable in coming up with programs and referral system for teaching and non-teaching staff, personnel who are adults. My view, Mr. President, is the ALS clientele, especially the adults, come from different family backgrounds, come from different employment, from different types of employment, and we might be over burdening the mental health specialists and the people working at the care center, Mr. President. So that's why we want to limit the scope so that the focus will be number one on the learners. And then we are also availing certain services for teaching and non-teaching staff, Mr. President. So that is the philosophy out of it.
So-
It's just opening up might create too much burden on the mental health specialists working in the schools, Mr. President.
Thank you. The position of the sponsor has been made very clear, Mr.
Yes,
President.
yeah.
So, Mr. President, one last point na lang, Mr. President. Okay.
I hope
Last
it will
point.
not take an hour, Mr.
Yes, yes.
President.
This is, yesterday, we got a statement from the sponsor that he would want to address the gaps or the weaknesses in the entire ecosystem, mental health ecosystem. So, and because there is this particular provision here which touches on
Yeah, but
the granting of scholarships even at the tertiary level to encourage our students, our learners, our graduates of basic education to pursue mental health related courses. So it is the position of this representation, with discussing it with my lawyer staff, Mr. President, that if this measure is also meant to incentivize students to choose psychology and allied courses or mental health related courses as their college courses or degrees, that objective should be contained in a different, separate measure. Otherwise, this could be considered as a rider, Mr. President. That's our position, Mr. President. That's why we just want to relay this to the sponsor, Mr. President.
Yeah. I get the point of the good minority leader, and definitely being a top-notcher, I would heed to his recommendation. I just want to point out, Mr. President, that in the inclusive education law that we approved when was that? A few years ago. About a few years ago, but definitely during the 18th Congress, Mr. President, we also added in this, this is RA 11650 enacted in 2022, no, which is last year, in Section 10, Scholarship Program and Service Obligation, Mr. President. The DepEd, in collaboration with the Commission on Higher Education, shall develop a scholarship program for in-service teachers who shall take courses or are required master's degree unit on special needs education. Because, Mr. President, when we were also debating on the inclusive education law, we also encountered, and Senator Joel will also agree with me, that specialists for inclusive education is very difficult. No? For example, pediatric psychologist is almost impossible to avail in our country, Mr. President. So again, it's a chicken or the egg question in inclusive education. And based on our consultation with experts, it's good to embed some form of incentives. Not incentives as in monetary incentives, but incentives in the form of scholarship, so that students in high school will be encouraged to take up these courses that will eventually end up in our education system or in our public school education system. So it's the same model that we applied here to the mental health law, Mr. President, because it's also the same problem that we're trying to address.
That's our problem, Mr. President. If the bill contains that subject matter, the granting of scholarships to tertiary level education related to mental health, just to address the gap,
Yes.
the gap of the practitioners, and it is contained in this bill where the objective is the establishment of the care centers in school
I get the
pursuant to the mental health law. Then our position, Mr. President, is we have a subject matter which is not necessarily germane to the purpose of the bill. Hence, it can amount to a legislative rider, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, we can expand the, like you have mentioned yesterday, we can expand the purposes of the bill by including it in the title. But in our opinion, it's germane to the whole purpose of the bill, meaning to institutionalize a program, create a venue to implement that program, and to create positions as well as encourage students to fill up those positions who will implement those programs. So it's all well, I call it an ecosystem, Mr. President,
Yes.
because we're looking at not only institutionalize the program, but getting people to implement those programs, Mr. President.
And getting graduates of our basic education system to enroll in
Yes.
mental health. Where is that found in the bill, Mr. President? What section?
In
In this bill?
in this bill here, Mr. President, in Section 9, Mr. President.
What?
The DepEd shall endeavor to attract the best available and competent personnel for the care center through scholarship and training programs, Mr. President. And there's also in the next one,
Yes, but doesn't Section 9 talk about already the personnel of the DepEd? And they will offer scholarships to their personnel, Mr. President,
in the
upskilling their personnel. But my question is about the, what I heard yesterday, since the sponsor wants to address the ecosystem, that scholarships will be granted to graduates of basic education to incentivize them to take mental health related
Yes.
courses in college. Is that found in the bill?
not explicitly, Mr. President, not explicit. I agree with the good minority leader. I see his point, not explicitly, but the scholarship, Mr. President, is aimed to those who want to join in the centers, and those who will join in the centers are obviously supposed to be psychologists and guidance counselors, Mr. President. So I do see the point of the good minority leader that it's not explicit.
Is there any portion or section of the bill which can be interpreted to mean that DepEd in collaboration with CHED will be granting scholarships to basic education graduates to incentivize them to take up mental health related courses in college?
Not explicitly, Mr.
No,
President.
but is there something there? Is there something here which will impliedly allow that, Mr. President? Because that is our concern, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
If
President.
there is nothing, then I don't think we have any issue.
Well, Mr. President, not explicitly, Mr. President.
But is there something which can be interpreted to mean that way, Mr. President?
Well, in my interpretation, Mr. President, is the page 7, line 16, Mr. President, on scholarship and training programs. No? But I do admit that it can be improved, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Can it be improved in a way which will avoid the rider situation, Mr. President? Is the sponsor open to
Yes,
that
Mr.
idea?
President. Yes, we're very open, Mr. President. The intention, Mr. President, is really to attract students to take mental health courses, no? So that we will increase the number of mental health graduates in our country, Mr. President. That's the intention. And the scholarship here, Mr. President, is aimed to be an incentive for them to take those courses, Mr. President. Because you don't give scholarships to those who are already working or those who are already professionals, Mr. President. That's the logic here, Mr. President. But I do agree that it can be improved to reflect that intention.
To
Reflect that intention,
that's
Mr. President.
that is the intention where we have a problem, Mr. President.
Mm.
Precisely that it's really no longer germane to the title or to the one subject matter that our bill wants to pursue. But at any rate, Mr. President, maybe we can discuss this further in an
Yes, Mr.
informal
President.
manner between our staff, if we can. But at least it has been made clear by the sponsor that this phrase scholarship and training programs the phrase is intended to incentivize our basic education students to take up mental health related courses in college.
Yes. Because, Mr. President, if you go through that, and let me just read it, the DepEd shall endeavor to attract the best available and competent personnel for the care center through scholarships and training programs, teacher exchange programs, and other similar incentives, Mr. President. So it's really creating incentives. And the best way to incentivize more students to come into the mental health practice is to create scholarship programs, training programs, Mr. President.
And we're asking the students to commit 4 years earlier, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Upon graduation, pipirma sila ng kontrata. After I complete this mental health related course, I will now apply for that position in the care center.
Yes, Mr. President, but admittedly, we didn't put any return service provision here. No? So, however, Mr. President, we'll leave it to the DepEd and CHED to come up with conditions in the scholarship program, Mr. President. But
So-
I think normally they will probably put return service mechanism so that they will be mandated to join the force or mandated to work in government.
So, at any rate, Mr. President, I hope we will be able to resolve this issue informally,
Mr. President.
in our informal talks. At least this representation has made his position clear.
Yes, Mr. President.
That I am concerned about the constitutionality of such a massive program hidden in such a simple phrase, Mr. President. Parang it's an entire program, andun lang sa 3 words po na yun, of 3 to 4 words na phrase na yun, Mr. President.
Yes, I see the wisdom of the good minority leader, and this representation is more than willing to work with his team. But again, the intention is to really attract more students to take up guidance and counseling, psychology, and other mental health courses, because it's not enough to just come up with care centers. We really need to bring people into the mental health courses. And yesterday, I also showed that on the average, there are about 400 takers for guidance and counseling. No? And out of the 400, on the average, only half will pass. No? So even though we have a extensive bill in creating the program and what are the facets of the program, but we need to get the people, we need to get the warm bodies to implement this program, Mr. President. That's the intention, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. So one final point siguro. The intention is noble and we join the intention, but of course, we have some constitutional rules or requirements to follow. We can do that, and I think it's better done in a separate measure na very clear to incentivize our students to take up mental health related courses. Parang, di ba meron tayong parang kapapasarin natin yung sa doctor, a doctor para sa bayan, we will incentive. Parang ganun po. It can be done and it should be done. And we should do it in the proper way so that all our efforts will not be rendered, anong tawag mo doon? Rendered useless or nugatory, Mr. President, because we are not compliant with the Constitution.
Yes, I
We can
understand.
do it the constitutional way, Mr. President.
I understand, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President. Thank you.
And
Thank
we're
you
willing to
for
work
your
with,
patience. Thank
yeah,
you.
we're willing to work with the minority leader on that specific provision, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the observation of the minority floor leader. You don't want to make a measure, which is a good measure, unconstitutional because of a few provisions. So we thank the minority floor leader if he can do the amendments at the proper time.
Thank you,
Majority-
Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debates.
There be no objection. The period of interpellation debate is hereby closed.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2200. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, some administrative matters. Mr. President, pursuant to Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate and upon the instruction of the Chairperson of the Committee on Games and Amusement, Senator Manuel Lito Lapid, I manifest the creation of a subcommittee to hear the following measures with Senator Raffy Tulfo as chairperson. Senate Bill number 2299, Senate Resolution number 668, Senate Resolution number 676. I so manifest, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Motion and manifestation approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Di ba? Who's sponsored?
12 hours na ako, boss.
Boss?
12 hours na ako. Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, August 16, 2023.
There being no objection, session adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, August 16, 2023. Have a good evening and stay safe, everyone.